Nice. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? This meme's got more revisions than my GitHub. Damn. How you doing? Welcome back to the nightmares of Case 3. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. We're gonna pick it up where we left off. The dog should be K or Blue Badger next time. I don't have time. I did think about turning the dog into K, and I was like, I do not. I'm opening up MS Paint 2 minutes before stream. We gotta go. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. If you missed last stream, I'm envious. Everything's fine out here. We're all fine. How are you? Hi. Thanks for the late, boys. Yeah, we're gonna, I thought we were gonna finish this case, but it just won't stop. So, the Blue Badger is on the prowl, and we have to, find what happened. We got 4 Blue Badgers, 3 Blue Badgers, a Pink Badger. We got a guy and his dad, and a fake kidnapping, and then a murder, and I don't know. Everything's fine. Everything's fine here. But anyway, we're gonna be good. I as far as I can tell, I think we're approaching the end of this case. I've noticed that it seems like case 2 and 3 are like roughly 1 stream's length, but because case 1 was short, I'm just in this weird like offset. Yeah, where like every single stream, I'm like, normally when I do this theory, it's nice when I can stop at like the end of a case and be like, all right, I can flush that out of my brain instead of like I have to remember so many random details. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure it's gonna go great. I hope you're enjoying me playing Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. I'm having fun. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We gotta go back. I made a emote. Let me take a peek at it. Give me a little peek at that. Case 2 is nasty. I thought case 2 was... I mean, what's been fun is so far where... Oh my god. Yep. Yep. Oh, this is gonna get some use during this stream and every future stream. This is very good, Pangolin. Hold on, let me refresh chat over there for you. Why is it not? It's not. Hold on, I gotta refresh again. Do it again. Refresh it again. Maybe I did it too quick. How about now? How about now? There he is. Christ. Pooh Brain at work. I need to get some GeoCities gifts. Under construction. Pooh Brain at work. Thanks for that. No, what I've been enjoying so far is that, like, Case 1 being a tutorial notwithstanding, Cases 2 and 3 have taken advantage of the... I mean, like, granted, every Ace Attorney has its investigation phase where you go around and you're talking to people, but they've taken advantage of the fact that it's like, you're not going to trial, so you can take... The entire thing is at an airplane, in an airport. This is just a weird amusement park thing. So I've been enjoying the diversity of the shenanigans. They don't have to create contrivances. They go, okay, we have to leave things unresolved So you then go to trial to figure it out. It's like, no, everything's here. You just kind of run around. So it's been neat. It's been neat. Last case goes a long time. Nice. Can't wait for case 3 part the Redux. Makes for fresh without changing the game too much. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Again, it lets them, it gives them more levers for pacing. Because at any moment they can drop a character who's like, all right, we're facing off, and you have to prove what you know with evidence. As opposed to typically where it's like, no, sometimes you're just in investigation mode for a long time. You're like, I have so many questions. Everything I go is everywhere I go is it's unanswered questions. And then in trial, it's like, prove what you know. I'm like, I don't know anything. So this pacing is working for me. So anyway, could place think stupid. Yeah, I mean that's just me. Whenever. End of sentence. Take the court off. It makes the form refresh without changing the game too much. Yeah, I mean obviously without court. Like, the court segment is what makes Ace Attorney unique in its genre. But as a spin-off, I think it's working better than I expected to. Because in my mind, I was like, a game where it's only the investigations, wouldn't that be, like, the worst part? Because some of the most exciting drama is in the trial segments. So, yeah, it's been good. I've been enjoying it. Anyway, logic is cool, too. It's... it will never not be funny that logic is the main mechanic of the game. But yes, it is... Sometimes it can be annoying. So far, I haven't found, like, the fact that you take a mental explosive damage when you're wrong about your logic. If they didn't have that, then yeah, you could just brute force everything in the game. But, like, I don't know. The more they lean into this structure, the more it feels like a typical adventure game. And in an adventure game where you're like, I'm gonna use this item with this thing. If you took damage doing that, oh my god. Like... So it's like, sometimes it makes me not want to be like, hold on, I have a hunch. You know, sometimes I'm like, well, I think I'm out of things to do. I'm just going to slap ideas together. But so far, I haven't gotten low enough on brain HP to really worry about it. I've gotten like to like a third down, that's the danger zone where like, now I don't want to take risks, which is when it's less fun. It's more fun when I can be like, I'm going to throw these ideas together and see if it works. But Miles is getting brain damage if he thinks wrong. Yeah. You have an egotistical pride meter. I know. I do kind of want to see what happens if you game over, which we'll probably get that even without me trying at some point. Because man, this series just brings out maximum poo brain sometimes. But anyway, hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for tuning in. We're gonna get going here. Let me get this train rolling out of the station. I'm pushing it. There's no engine. Between streams. Thank you for that 5 leisure. What the heck? What the heck's that about? Very specific number. Between streams. Chaos the Cow. Dark Sass. Thanks for that! Gotta up your bup. BP is brain points. Move up. Thank you, Chaos. I'll get to that. Now you can all bar pal. I meant to mention that I bar paled, animated it. People noticed that I did on time. The on-time early boys chat. Bar pal has a second frame of animation now to enhance how sad those big wet eyes are. I will say that I spent a considerable amount of time drawing multiple frames of animation to make the eyes extra warbly, and I tried many different versions to animate it, and I'm not a very good animator in like that. So I can wiggle around a PNG like no one's business, but in terms of actually animating frames, it just wasn't looking right, and then I was like, I had like so many different frames, trying different things, and then it was like, wait, just oscillating between these two is more effective than all of these more complicated versions of the idea. Sometimes less is more. So yeah, anyway, I didn't need to share that, but I thought it was fun. The artistic journey of sometimes you can just slap it together, the simple idea. The warping's good. No, I think it works better than the static one. He's so wet. I'm glad you like it. He's so pathetic. I love it. It's like one of the most evocative faces I've ever drawn. And like, obviously it's a very, you know, like anime inspired face. It came out good. Thank you. More people can be sad. Delete your art. Delete your art. Exactly. Thank you. Chaos the Cow, Dark Sass, Big Dapon, resubbed with 69 months. Nice. Sleepy Demon Goat and Pizza King 1924. They all subbed and resubbed between stream. Thank you. Big Dapon with 69. Right. Amphi, thanks for 56. Chat, is this real? Blue Badger. Squid for Brains, thanks for 85 months. Miles, man. I need to get a Miles on the shelf behind me. The Deer Hunter fan gifted a sub to Happy Harp. Trumpet Wings with 100 bits. Pangolo Montanari, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. Yes, the awkward zombie comic about the different Phoenix Wright Apollo and Miles mechanics. Yeah, it was good. Peter Pack, thanks for 69 bits. Caught up on VODs. Can enjoy the logic spiral into madness in real time. Smiley face, thank you. Glad you're here. Ryan's a turd, thanks for 34 months. Appreciate it. Whoa, it's Joe, thanks for soup. Finally finished Blueprints a few days ago, getting to the last thing, and I also don't think I like it for all the reasons you mentioned. Hope you make it through the struggle soon. This premise is so solid. Thank you. I also finished with an asterisk Blueprints last night. I was playing it offline and hanging out with Dan in a call, not streaming it, and he was helping me get through some of the final stuff, which I was like, I can't be bothered to do this, and he was like, fair. Because some of the end game stuff, I was just full into I'm Googling shit territory. There were too many things, like, again, it's hard for me to talk about in specifics without spoiling things. All I can say is that there's a late game mechanic that involves finding hidden notes, and I found about 40 of like 50 possible notes, and of the notes that I was missing like 2 key. There's like 3 that matter, and the rest are fun. And I was missing 2 of the 3. So I was missing key information, and I was getting tired of just not making progress and not knowing what the fuck to do with the last dangling threads I had. So I was looking up stuff, and I was just like, how did anyone figure this out on their own? Some of the end game shit is so obtuse. And again, it's all under the same umbrella of all my other criticism, which is like, it's RNG to set these things up. It makes me not want to explore a hunch when I'm like, I have to get 3 rare rooms to show up in the same run, and then I have to do this, and then this, and like, it's so many steps to just test the theory. It's so unfun at that stage. Like, the highs of that game are so high. Dan told me a thing that, like, he had a much more positive experience than I did with the game. But he said that basically when you beat, there's the first time you beat the game where you first roll credits, and that's the, like, you can be done, or there is a deep rabbit hole to fall down. And I fell down the rabbit hole, because of course I did. Then, much later, you have what is effectively an ending, and that's a really nice place to stop. It's like an emotional high point, it's a puzzle high point, a lot of neat things come together. I have my frustrations and criticisms with it, but it's like a very nice conclusion. And then standing next to you is, you can keep going if you want, and everything after that point is ass. It's like, there's a couple very neat things that are like, ooh, and then you realize what the game's asking you to do, and you go, oh. Like, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Every single time the developers had a branch in decision-making where they could go, we have this idea, we can explore it like this or like this, they picked the meanest option every single time, and it makes me go insane. This game, Blueprints, has so many cool ideas in it, and so many ideas that are interesting and worth exploring, and they just picked the meanest possible option every time, and it makes me go insane. So, I'm wrapping up my Blueprints rants because now I'm basically done. The only thing I'm missing is one of the trophies, which I'm going to try to go for. There's 2 very difficult trophies that I glitched, and I didn't glitch the trophy. I did a speedrun strat to just beat the game in 2 minutes. But there's another trophy I'm trying to get where I have to have a lot of dead ends in the house. But anyway, yeah. The music perfect. Yeah, it's good. All but one. Yep. Again, all of them I got genuinely, except for 2, which I was like, I cannot be bothered to beat the game on curse mode or dare mode. I'm just gonna do the speed strat where you clip out of bounds and pull a lever and you're done. Because I've suffered with RNG I have like 100 hours on Steam on this game. Anyway, Blueprints is the Blue Badger, I believe you. Yeah, there's definitely, that's what's also annoying, is that I've been keeping a lot of notes as I've been playing Blueprints, and I have a lot of like, questions of like, why does this look like this? Why is the ground this way here? What's the meaning of this note? And now that I'm in like endgame, postgame, and I'm just Googling wantonly, there's a lot of stuff people are like, we don't know. Or there's people that are like, we think this is just for fun, which is so frustrating if that's the case. If the devs actually, now this is perfect music for my depths of despair. If there's a game full of secrets and mystery, and then there's shit in the game that is just there to be mysterious, that is so frustrating. I cannot possibly describe how much I don't appreciate that in a puzzly sort of mystery game. To have, like, it's one thing to have red herrings and loose ends that, like, don't cleanly wrap up. It's nothing to be like, look, this is mysterious. It doesn't mean anything. It's just like, and granted, there might be more. There might be more. People are still poking away at it and figuring stuff out and learning things, but I'm just like, now that I've seen what is currently known to exist in the game, I'm just like, Do I regret the 100 hours? No, but like 10 of that hours, if not more, was just pure wasted time. At least 1 hour cumulative of my playtime has been spent watching safes open and mashing through text that I've already seen and waiting for computers and waiting for the screen to fade to black and fade back in. There's so much stuff that just takes so much. The game does not respect your time at all, and it's so frustrating. So anyway, it was fun. Go check out Blueprints. Buy it now. It's available on Steam and stuff. The network connecting every fucking time. I was hoping that in beating the ultimate endgame puzzle stuff, they'd be like, we've added a lab experiment that permanently opens the safes and lets you skip the description for what reroll dice does. Like, just like, here's the endgame reward. We waste your time less. The fucking boat. Yep. The first time, great. 8th time, I want to explode the computer and throw it out the window. Anyway. Listen, I wasn't going to talk about it, but someone mentioned blueprints, and so if anyone chat says blue or prints, or just any color, or any kind of royalty status, I just have to talk. You realize that I just need to talk about it. But I'm glad that I saw it through, and that I just, you know, had a lot of help from the internet and from Dan to do it. It's the most I hated, but 10 out of 10 game all the time. For me, I hated it, but 7 out of 10. I can't give it a 10 out of 10. The highs of that game are very, very high, but it's like it's sandwiched between so much bullshit that I'm mad about. There's other games that do the type of mystery exploratory thing better, and I will forever be fascinated by the way Blueprints has gone about its design. It is fascinating to me that they made this game and spent so much time and effort into it. But wait. There's more. There was a second guy. A second mansion. 2 of them. It was the green princess. With a knife. Anyway, blooper duper, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. I feel obligated to point out Bowser every once in a while. I'll tell Bowser I say hi, and I think his shell looks nice. He appreciates it, probably. The genre of fun is the discovery of information instead of execution like an action game, since information is always finite, doesn't mix well with the roguelike genre. Yep. Yeah, I brought up before, there's a old GMTK video, Game Maker's Toolkit, that talks about puzzle game design, and one of the things he's mentioned in that video stuck with me for a long time, that one of the highest points of friction in a puzzle game is not puzzling out what the solution to a puzzle is. One of the highest points of friction is having an idea or even knowing the answer, and then how long it takes to check the answer to that question. So in some puzzle games, like something like Baba Is You, it might require a fair amount of maneuvering to be like, I need it, because it's like a Sokomon grid push block thing. It might take a while to get the words in the right arrangement to test an idea. But everything's laid out in front of you. It's a single screen. In some puzzle games, it might take more steps. In some games, it's just like, oh, the answer is 3. Like in Layton, it's like, all this, the answer is 3. Okay, done. Like, it's very easy to check your idea because it's a single button. In a game like Blueprints, it's like the highest possible because it's 0 to infinity is the amount of time. Save your game. It's like the amount of time you could take to test your idea is potentially infinite. I mean, eventually you can roll the dice. It's not infinite, but it's just like, because of how heavily RNG it is and how few the ways you can weigh the scale in your favor. It's just like, it's not a roguelike, it's not Binding of Isaac or Slay the Spire where it's like, oh, the randomness, it forces you to think on your feet. It's like, no, I'm trying to put this room in my fucking mansion. Leave me alone. Anyway. It's your cat's birthday. Happy birthday, cat. Why is this is in the soundtrack? That's great. 5 Leisure, thanks for the 1050. 1050. Time to escape Case 3. We gotta get out. We have to get out. You know who else is a Blueprints? The Blue Badger. Mercadius for 5 gifted subs to Jovial Jovian, K's Lion Powers, W7W7, Spart Farkles, and Friendly Jimbo. And Mr. Maxim also gifted 5. A lot of bar pals to go around. Hey, pal. To Baby Cheese Kitty, William is funny, Icknixend, Unimposing, and Nibski. Thank you very much for those gifted subs. I hope you enjoy the motes and such. And not having to deal with ads for a little bit. Sarcastic Crow, thanks for 100 bits. Don't you share my video of the cat for others to look at while you rant about Blueprints again? Right? It does. I'm sure chat appreciates it when they can just look at something better than ominous blue badger in the background. The very far left of this screen has a blue badger in the back, and it's just like, jump scare when you boot up the game. Hey, pal, sexy Roblox man face? Why? Okay, now I'm ending stream. I was gonna play 30, but now I'm mad. Now I'm upset. You've ruined my day. Ugh. How dare you? How dare you? Goodbye. Goodbye. What if I actually end this stream? Just, no, I'm like, I'm out. End stream. Walk away. Don't play the game. See ya, chat. I'm gonna finish this on my own. You didn't earn it today. My stream was like a good minute behind. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes you gotta pause, unpause to get caught up. I wish Twitch had a little indication. Like if you watch a YouTube live broadcast, there's like a little live that pops up if you're. It's like highlighted with a little red icon if you're watching live, because you can go back in the VOD. I feel like Twitch they could tell you how far behind you are the live broadcast. Like, hey, you might want to refresh. You're like 30 seconds behind. I don't know. But chat on screen, you can check that way. Yeah, true. There is a slight delay with chat, but it's not that bad. But for streams that don't have chat or some kind of indication on stream. Anyway, let's shall we go back? Do I remember what happened in case 3? No. Do I know what I need to know to get back into case 3? Also no. We had a lad was kidnapped. He faked his kidnapping, but he was kidnapped, and Miles, for some reason, was responsible for the money drop-off. And he went into this amusement park where they were being held, and he dropped off the suitcase and got bonked in the head by a blue badger. He woke up, was rescued by Kay Faraday, who's a great thief, phantom thief ninja, who has, I guess she's got a hologram that shows us recreations of crime scenes, but other than that, she hasn't really been the most useful. I miss Gumshoe. Every time he gets dragged off screen, I get so sad. She's fun though. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not super endeared to her yet. Old bag is here. Why'd you remind me? But yeah, there's a bunch of blue badgers. There's only 8 costumes total. 2 for each of the 4 of the blue badger family, and only 4 are allowed out in the park at the same time, for whatever reason. But basically, the lad faked his own kidnapping, and his dad is now impeding our investigation because he thinks his son was probably responsible for the murder of the butler, who was the girl's dad. And there was a gun, but it should have only fired blanks. But then he was shot at a weird angle. But then that wasn't him on the stage. I don't remember. It's gonna be bad. Let's just go. Let's just fucking go. They're expensive. Yeah, Mike Meekins is back. Old bag is back. Pearl found a gun in the lake, and we're happy for her. I don't know. We're gonna go. Kidnap turnabout. Final confrontation later. How dare they name the section Final Confrontation and then say Final Confrontation V2? Final V2. For real this time. Final. This time it's extra final. There you go. What was that? Yeah, so it's been a little bit later. So we needed to get access to the haunted house to inspect that crime scene, and that's when Mr. Moneybags was like, I bought the mansion. The haunted mansion is mine. I bought it. Eddie Murphy's in there, and he belongs to me now. I purchased it for $1 million cash that was in a briefcase right there, right now, and you can't get in there. So I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. Yeah, well, the ransom money wasn't needed anymore because it wasn't actually kidnapped, so it's fine. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, the truth will be lost. Hold it, says K. Okay. K? V2 386/2. Rich Papa said his son is very, very sorry. No, he's not a murderer. Stop. Yeah, exactly. What are you doing spacing out, Mr. Edgeworth? I like how there's 3 different blue badgers in various states of disarray on screen. This really is the most Ace Attorney. Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. You just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information to us. It's worth a try. Yeah? Gotcha. Agent Lang. Right, I forgot Wolfman. I forgot about Wolfman Agent Lang. He's from Interpol. Yeah. Yeah. Good work. It's terrible, but good work. This must have taken quite a while to put together. So I'm impressed and I'm upset. Thank you. Urethra! I've got it. Ugh. I need something stronger than tea. Thank you. You want to use your little toy? Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. She's surrounded by cops and lawyers and Interpol, and she's like, I'm a thief. Allegedly. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Just in case. I'll input the haunted house data then. There's Eddie Murphy. He's hanging out. Grim grinning ghosts. What the? What is this? Where are we? Welcome to the Matrix. It's like we're inside the haunted house. I was thinking, are they preventing us from going to the haunted house so they didn't have to draw more backgrounds? But now, clearly that's not the case. And this is functionally the same as if we went back to... I guess the distinction... Never mind, I take it back. This makes sense. I'm just thinking from like a narrative game design perspective, like why did they jump through the hoops of you can't go to the haunted house just to do a hologram version of it? I think the entire point is that so we can go be like, oh, here's what happened. Here's the evidence. Wait, but because of that, and then they update and they're like, what? Now it's like this. What? That lets them have more dramatic reveals with this mechanic, as opposed to like we go to the haunted house and there's just a chalk outline. We're like, that's where it happened. So never mind, I take it back. This makes sense. Updated your haunted house report. Even can't inspect the real location itself. The path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. I really like this theme. It's very silly. What should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Yeah, maybe I haven't, maybe I haven't. But I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. You know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Programming complete. Wow. And then Miles is like, wow, you made a perfect recreation of me. What if we kissed for data purposes? Where is he? There he is. Good. Oh, yeah. I remember. Then I started walking toward the exit. Calm down, Phoenix. It spells out Bay! And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? Maybe that wall there is a sliding wall because it has a different situation. There's only one location I can think of. Oh my god, my brain points are so low. We're screwed, chat. My brain's gonna explode. My son was lying in wait here. A slime wall in a haunted mansion? I mean, am I allowed to be like, was there a hidden wall here? Is that like around here? What are you thinking? That's a terrible hiding spot. You'd have to be a real ninja to get away with hiding there. That was not exactly the nuance I was trying to convey. Where can my son have hid himself in the haunted house? He was lying in wait here. Inside the bed. Was he in the dining room? Behind? There's no... What? Start at the beginning. Was he the badger?
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnapper. Okay, yeah. I thought they were making the point that, like, that was too far away to have gotten there stealthily in that time, but... Okay. Inside the badger. So he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I am beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? He's built like a goddamn chow. From that angle. Oh! And then he attacked me with a lightsaber. Well, Lance. We saw it happen in a cutscene. Yeah, but, you know, unreliable narrator. We don't know. I thought maybe that was red herring. Maybe there actually was a hidden wall. What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? All right, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, I'm putting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it to the weapons in its left hand. Yeah. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Huh. Thanks for letting us use, Little Thief. Why is Edgeworth that? Edgeworth has never been this way. Ever. And now he's like, thanks for, you know, letting this... Lindsay says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing this for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. Come show. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like out of some crazy dream. Except that this isn't a dream, this is something Kay's gadget. No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed, it's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm so glad you like it. Oh, so this is a product of your gadget? Now, I wish I had one too. Once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. Anyway, let's wrap this case up already. It's times like these that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. Nah, it's just a dead body. Hey, Marky. The halls of academia are your second bachelor's. Congrats. Holy hell. 2 bachelors. How come you get 2 bachelors? Congrats. That is a huge accomplishment. Thank you for 87 months in a tier 2. Portable holodeck, it's impressive as hell, right? And everyone's like, wow. And I was like, it's not that cool. Anyway, let's use this to solve a crime. Have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk with you. Well, I'm fine with just a little thief in solving this case. That toy, it's very well made. Haha, that's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. No. So, Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. That's exactly what it is, though. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I'm also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which is all the more reason why I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Ever, under any circumstance. Yeah. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea, but I doubt it was from someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. So he was not likely left-handed. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? Just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. The sword? Take that! I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. You talking about this thing here? Yes. Although, we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. It's possible the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. So what test do you want to run on the sword? Dust it for prints. Because, well, I guess we should luminol to confirm that it was the weapon that hit Miles. And we're not likely to find prints because it was the mascot. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang may ask for your cooperation in this matter. Like I have a choice. Gina, call the lab boys. Understood. The paw prints. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? The left, so you're holding like this. And that's the left side. Because you would have that facing. Yeah, okay, yeah. That does reinforce it being a right-handed attack. I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. Bwong. Yeah, get him. I've suspected every suspicious looking cratty. In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Should I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Does it say, hit me in the right temple with this? Eureka! Urethra! I've found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. If the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, it wouldn't be the left hand or both hands. It must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Change the prop sword being the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? He's got a gun. He's got a gun.
Take that!
The bad badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. That's right, then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. What about the bad badger costume with the gun ripped out of the hand? Does that not matter? Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me, I hit you. It appears you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes. But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. Dude was thinking that far in advance? I'm gonna knock out this guy quickly before he turns around. I know I'll use my non-dominant hand to trick him? Firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. I mean, no, but if you're trying to be accurate enough to knock someone out with one stroke, I don't know. That's pretty weak. Okay, please input this data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the Proto-Badger? No, I don't want to see him again. Here I go! I guess. He has a soft head, like a baby. God, there he is. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and... What? What exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. She can laugh? Hey, don't make fun of Lil Thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way. Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce, Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The sun is the house, the disappearing badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics, and as you can see, they sat a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. But it's not just that there's a doll there, it's that it disappears. So he's not using his brain either. I've got you, he says, putting his hand into a trap. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, I'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Two of them. Remember that ominous wall I pointed out as being a trick wall like an hour ago? That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're gonna find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Sir? Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? You plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I have not forgotten my debt to you, however, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. Never. You can lie all you want, but it'll be all for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you'll be placed under arrest. How can you do this after all my dad has done for you? What your father's done for me is unrelated to the charges you face. Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he'll never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Now you sound like a dad. How old is Lance again? He can't be a child forever. He's 21. Blackjack. Miss Palps, by my hand I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will all soon be over. Do you not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Palps. I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me you like that guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Who's ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? At least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Yeah. This place is full of mirrors. Hey, wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh? She can't handle the Lance glance. She can't handle the... Miles... What rhymes with Miles is like an eyeball thing. Never mind. The one we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back, too. Miles is Wiles. That's Miles Beguiles. These are good. Fast says mirror quote, I will not stay silent. The pieces for that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? The mirrors on the wall is very thick and has a design on the back. Pieces of a set of armor in a pile here. Well, I think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses. I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy. Why do your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. This is where the Proto-Badger shows up in our recreation. Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from? But there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Nah, it's probably nothing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What's going on with the Boinloins? This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because he's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun? Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. That's it? Oh, I can deduce? What can I deduce from this? Is this spot somewhat connected to any of the evidence I hold? Is it? Is it? The Blue Badger would have been Lauren? If that's not a spare? Is it the fact that it disappears? I don't have a lot of brain juice left. So I have to tread with caution. You can deduce these nuts. Thank you. They're referred to as a family? Yeah, dysfunctional family. I'm inclined to think it's the fact that it disappears, and it's the question is, how does it disappear? Okay. Urethra! This is in complete contradiction to this piece of evidence! Well, maybe it's not in complete contradiction. Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. Which is it? Is it contradiction or not? Wait, that's not it? He said urethra. I don't quite know. Something wrong with seeing that much I know for sure. Maybe it's just a trick of the eye. That can't be it. Should I just explode my brain and see what happens when we game over? Is it save maybe? I mean, I could save or I explode and then we get a little bit of HP back. And then I can just run through it again real quick. I need my brain for things. I don't know if it matters, but like his belt going over his shoulder is from his right shoulder to his left. And here it's his left shoulder to his right. But I don't know if that's meant to be a clue. I know, I won't be able to play it when it first comes out because I'm going to be stuck in this. Fine. Now I just have to load a save every time I'm wrong. Not only that, the Sea of Stars DLC came out today, which I'm excited to check out. Oh. Is it the fact that that's maybe Lauren? Nope. Alright, let's see what happens when my brain explodes. Look, we all know you're just chasing your delusions. Let's stop wasting time, alright? You want to suspect me, Mr. Edgeworth, but you haven't got a single shred of evidence. Gah! Now. Now, I say we let the courts resolve the rest. No! Don't let it go to court. A few days later, Lance was acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence. What the? Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Miles was here, and then Edgeworth was there. And then who was the X? 11? 28? The end. Oh. Does every section have its own game? I mean, that's kind of nuts. Check around soon, yeah. It refills your HP! Oh my god, this game is so nice. That's so good to know. Okay, I feel much better about throwing ideas out there. That can't be a trick of the eye? Something. I mean, I don't see anything else to interact with. So, my brain is restored. Sit down for a moment, game over. I've been game over before. Alright, concerning the hand and body. Is it the fact that the belt doesn't match? There's something wrong with this Blue Badger. It actually matters. Thank you for those bits. Everything matters. Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? It's a house of mirrors. Yeah, I get it now. God damn it. God damn it. The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. Can I put together my brain thoughts? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might have well been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, that blue badger. Yeah, that blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror, oh, then it would actually form an L shape. Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction in an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. Because of the disappearing thing? As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it's definitely still there. That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall, move the blue badger, dim the lamps. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Even in a dark mansion, I don't know how well that would trick someone standing in front of the mirror. But alright. Beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. So when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. If it's a static doll and its entire existence is to be seen in a mirror, why didn't they put the on the other? Okay. I guess Miles is a super genius that no one else would have noticed that. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. If the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. It also reinforces why they couldn't go to the haunted mansion and had to use their holographic recreation. Because we went like, let's see what this blue badger's about. Ow, I walked into a mirror. Which would have been funny, but, you know. Spent all the budget building a mirror. Yep, we're still in case 3. This proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit came outside by hiding here. Right back. There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hit on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger at all. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, but how did he know that that was how it worked? Unless he worked there? I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. It most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that's sound. Wave the body and go now. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? I'm sending you a picture of a lawyer. I need him shirtless. Computer, show me nude Dane. If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Two of them. We need a lead pipe. A lead pipe like this. Like this. I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You hear what? Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. So then when you stepped outside in the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Got it. I need a lead pipe like... But with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. Yeah, I can't fall asleep until I hear this. Puts me out like a light. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. In between what I saw and what the recreation lies. What? Huh? Oh, because there should have been the badger here? But then wasn't? Take that! Take a good look at the end of the hall. There's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. That was the bad badger. One time I was shooting of victim's costume? Is it victim's costume? Take that! The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Yerk! What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off, and you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. Wouldn't the gunshot have been louder than the mirror breaking? Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. You were in the house at the time, right? You tell me you missed the sound of a gunshot? There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time, all for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. But he heard a mirror break very distinctly. What? Ayah. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Hand wave away. I get soundproof mirror wall. Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? Gurk! It was you, Letsamano. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you are the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Oh, wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad. Oh. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all, truly touching. Grr. By the way, do you know why I'm really here?
And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question?
You wounded me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know.
You came to see me?
What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name of that used here for that case?
Sheena.
It's known as the KG8 incident. Okay.
The KG8 incident?
Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling, there's that word again. At the time the person was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devereaux. Oh. Father? Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devereaux, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devereaux was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. No, please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Oh, bye.
What the heck was that?
What the? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind.
Who the heck are you?
I'm Jacques Sportman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here.
Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. And then this is gonna lead into his motivation for stealing the case file from Miles's office. Alright, it's all coming together. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Bye. Guys, arrest the two suspects.
Sir.
231. I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is there any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano and the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. We just don't know who. It's gotta be, there's no one else here who fits that bill. Agent Link suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. Is it tennis fuck? There's no way to know. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. You've played an Ace Attorney game, right? Don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years, every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? What is his backstory? Is it tragic? The answer is yes, probably. Rest assured, next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Oh, they both point together, so don't you forget it. The double point. Please, wait. Agent Sheena, why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang and Zhengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Just almost all. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. Goodbye. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. My first straight ship in this series. What a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. That thing. I thought Gumshoe was wearing a party hat for a moment. Tell me other people. There's that, like, colorful triangle the thing in the background. Is there a little... I was ready to celebrate the successful case, sir. Now I'm conflicted. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Spiritually, he's always ready to party. He does make the confetti, that's true. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No. I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's all right with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes, what is it? Thank you very much. No, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate, what's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? But eat ring pop and cut hair and cry. And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. There she goes again, talking to herself. I'm assuming we're not going to get context for the butler's decisions of betrayal until we learn the truth of 10 years ago. And then I'll be like, oh, that's why. Because I'm still like, why did he very abruptly get all attacky? Miss Palps, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Palps. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father? As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Oh. Go on, speak your mind. Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Goodbye. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Do I have a thing for Miles? How old is Miles right now? I don't know. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Looks like you've completely stolen her away. He's like 26. Way to go, sir. 26, 27. It's Phoenix's age. 20. Close to 30. He's younger than 30. He's ancient. God, imagine being almost 30. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Well, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That's 10 years ago. Probably. That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then-child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe Origins? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go, Gumshoe Origins. Yeah, baby. Child Gumshoe, he's like... Even though Gumshoe's in his 30s, 7 years ago, he was like 8 years old. Wearing a gigantic trench coat that's too big for him. Oh, shit.
Thank you for the bits, Hazel.
Turnabout reminiscence. It's Gumshoe. There is. Does it feel a little anticlimactic that we spend this whole case hanging out with a member of a smuggling ring and he just abruptly taken down by laying at the butt end of the case, and so we just butt heads with this dummy of a son the whole time? Game feels like a flashback within a flashback. Well, yeah, because they jumped ahead from the first case and then jumped back, and now we're jumping even further back. I don't know. I didn't find it too anticlimactic because they're moving pieces around for future stuff we don't know about yet. If that was the end of the game, they're like the end, I'd be like, what? But it's like clearly this is the midpoint. I mean, I don't know how many cases there are. There's 5 cases. Okay, well, yeah. So we're like midpoint of the game. So. Anyway, reminisce. Yeah, it just feels very blatantly like setting, like they wrapped up the case while still being like there's obviously tons of stuff that doesn't make cohesive sense. But if we finish the game and I still don't know, then yeah. The second Yadakarasu K. Faraday, the piece of cloth that she conjured up, has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier. A long time ago in a courtroom far, far away. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the identity of the Yatagarasu. Oh. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. What are we talking? Sorry, you have to speak up. I'm very far away. And in accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Man, we're going back to court. So nostalgic. Remember court? Oh. Yeah. Slightly more try-hard baby Edgeworth. Let's go. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. 3rd floor lobby. There's a lot of people in this lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Trials and Tribulations fan service? Good. Edgeworth. Sir. There's the man, Fred. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I'm giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. I'm running around like with zoomies just like you taught me, Manfred. I think that old lady's sus. Yeah, she probably did it. Hey, excuse me, madam, but is something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. This is a courthouse. It would be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here? The heck does she think a courthouse is for? The model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands and a face? Don't tell me this thing transforms. Yet I wonder for what other purpose could they have been made. What the model court? What? Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these. Awesome, but didn't you get fired right after you made them? Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. And my boss wasn't very happy with me. Haha. Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? Ha ha ha. I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. A secret mechanism? Yeah, I did just notice the portraits. Maybe installed it as payback for getting fired. It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. There's a lot of very crunchy lawyers up there. They feel they might not be. They feel AI upscaled. But I do like how every judge is just old man, bald, giant white beard. Good. They all look like the same guy. It would be great if they were just the same guy. The court won't let me die. This is so good. Glop, glop, glop. I could drink a whole gallon. Never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Gulp, 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 gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp. Is he planning on gulping an entire reservoir dry? Oh, I love water. Yeah. Thanks for the hydrate. Oh, I love water. A bulletin board. These are trial schedules posted on it. Trial scheduled for this week. There's only today's trial listed. This must be a mistake, or this country's judicial system's not working as it should. What? What do you mean this country's judicial system's not working as it should? That's crazy, dog. This should lead to the defendant lobbies.
Edgeworth, where's your composure? If you wish to take a look at your enemy, do so in the courtroom, as you crush him.
I will crush on him. You have my word. No, I said crush him. Crush on him. Crush him. What am I saying? Crush. Yeah, crush. Have a crush. Indeed, thank you. You are a man of wisdom and experience, sir. As commanded, I have crushed on the victim. On the defendant. Crush him. A bookshelf. Compendium of laws for beginners. I don't have the time to read this and second guess myself now. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. What do I got in here? My badge. Wait. Prove my profession. My mentor said it's more chic to keep it in my pocket. Good. This badge is designed to reflect the relentless discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in the strict there's the law and executes sentences like harsh one influence. Yeah, it's the same. When is the time? It's more fashionable to keep in my pocket. Press your badge, grave the number on the back. Numbers. We're not human. Just a number. Manfred. He's never known defeat in 35 years. The legendary prosecutor. For now. Egad, what a cold stare he's giving me. However, as a disciple of Von Karma, there is no option but to win. He's good. The power of his cold stare rivals my own. He's asleep. He's sleeping while standing up. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Which one is it? A luxurious and beautiful leather sofa. I must say every part of this courthouse is meticulously well kept. Although the positioning of the sofa puts one under the direct gaze of the judges. Every judge in this courthouse's history has had quite the beard, and has gallantly parted with their beloved head of hair, I see. Being a judge must be a very stressful career. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. You've got a good eye if you can tell that I'm a prosecutor with just one glance. As there are always only prosecutors and defense attorneys in this lobby, I usually hit the mark if I guess one or the other while there's a recess. You were only guessing? He's good. Trial's about to resume. I should stay on the premises. I gotta go. Alright. Hey. Hey. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? DreamWorks bug. He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there's always a few exceptions. However, there's no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the courts, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday will not be forgiven.
Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused, Prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt.
Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that.
That's a lot of time on the swings.
Show them all the power of Von Karma. Have you achieved a firm understanding of the case?
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that's written down in the case files.
Explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about.
Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian Embassy. Kodopia. It's not quite a burger. The victim, Mr. Really? Really? Even for Ace Attorney, really? Say it. I don't... Dade man. A staff member at the embassy. Took him 5 games to do this. Is that when investigations came out? At least his name wasn't like Dademan Walking or something. 4. Good God. I don't even have like an emotional response. I'm just flabbergasted. Okay. Dademan. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. Deceased guy. Walking was his father. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dademan. Wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible he wanted to go down in the spotlight, even if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer.
The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery.
Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder.
I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu Byrne Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
Show my badge. The second KG-8. I'm very sorry, sir. I feel I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to.
But could you please enlighten me, sir? But first, my badge. It's thanks to you that I've finally become a prosecutor, sir.
It's amusing that you wanted to become a defense attorney, yet became my student. It's a strange path you've traveled.
It's true I'd once wanted to become a defense attorney, but now I'm honored and proud to be a prosecutor.
I see. Then as a student of mine, I suggest you remember this well. The prosecutor's badge is not to be flaunted. The dignity of a prosecutor lies in the man himself, not in the badge.
I understand. I will keep that in mind.
Besides, why put holes in your fine garments? It's simply preposterous.
Prosecutors must also take pride in their appearance. I will keep this in mind as well.
I'm constantly having to remind the others at the prosecutor's office of this. It's more fashionable to keep your prosecutor's badge in your pocket.
In other words, always treat a prosecutor's badge with care and honor. I understand, sir.
Don't just show it to everyone you see.
Like you did just now. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
Why do you have these documents? This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Because it's 7 years ago. 7 plus 3 equals, like 8. Or something. I was in my mentor. Layton's gentleman rules.
You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Yes, I have.
The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct.
CCU was an employee of the Amano Group. CCU? CCU.
And the sole witness to the smuggling operation, it was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
CCU? On an email? But it's probably look exactly the same. Who? Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Manny Cochin, found not guilty. Child of the amount group was relation to the smuggling victim.
A Kodopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved.
Lack of evidence.
Ha! If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor of the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well?
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you were currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in KG-8.
So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident.
Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar, the great Yatagarasu.
Yatagarasu? Better find out more. Yatagarasu? What about this? About KG-8, the trial came to a proper conclusion, did it not?
Ha! I'd hardly call the defendant being found innocent's proper conclusion. If I had been on the case, no one would have a single doubt about his guilt.
Wasn't there a lack of evidence to prove that Mr. Cochin was guilty?
A lack of evidence? There is no such thing.
That's just like him to be able to prove a man guilty even when the evidence is lacking. Not at all suspicious. I'm sure he's got good intentions.
If it's true the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy,
what could he or she have been after?
No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely, steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting this top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say?
That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct?
Indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of both KG-8 and Yatagarasu? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate.
Whoa,
child.
What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I'll see you again in 7 years. Then she runs out of the room. That's the only time she shows up. I want to trade these coins with you. Whoa. Currency. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Is Edgeworth an ATM now? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. What? Goodbye. Could that child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have any respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
No. ATM's worth.
The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Gulp.
It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
His VTuber debut. In court. September 10th, 4 p.m. Cool. This is kind of neat. After several cases to be like back in court under these circumstances.
Hey, Captain Zirkle.
Thanks for 9. That's like a baby or something. Congratulations. Bar Pal, new emote is so happy to see that baby, that beautiful baby.
He looks just like me, pal.
Like you.
He's just a little guy. Want cup noodle.
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet?
How is it possible the defense is not prepared yet either?
Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Different angle of the court. I know, being able to actually see the... Oh my god, he can walk around.
You must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended.
Whoa, look at him.
I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform.
Judge has legs. You will not believe your eyes.
By the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Sir, it looks like the trial's about to resume, however. There's never anything good in Ace Attorney when someone's like, I heard loud banging noises. What was that about?
It would be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to?
It's an emergency, sirs.
Oh! Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Oh, please. Wait, you have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What? 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 What?
Bib. Oh, hold on, we gotta get some drinks. Courthouse specials. They got hot dogs. $7 for courthouse hot dog. $9 for courthouse beef jerky. Ham sandwich, orange juice, milk, Swiss rolls. $9 orange juice. What the fuck? Young judges for justice. What? I was so distracted, but huh? Why is it? First of all, why does it look like the opening cutscene from 2? When Phoenix has that nightmare with a giant judge? And also, why does the young judge also look incredibly old? Why the... Alright. September 10th. Huffing and puffing and huffing and puffing. Oh my god, sir.
Stay back.
Why are there ants going outside? Is that important? Wait, there's something on the floor.
It's like a poop.
Who in the fuck?
No one's allowed in the crime scene. Period.
Holy shit. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is my favorite guy. He seems like a lot. Everything's important. This is feeling quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rel's defense attorney? I just noticed her earrings. Holy shit.
Hey, you. No running in the hallway, pal.
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Hey, look at those mants! The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use, and it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window.
My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window.
As a student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. Wait, really? I won. How did he win against his reflection? What he... Huh? What he... Huh? How did he... Oh no, I've seen my own reflection. I must battle him. I've won. He's just that good. Man, I don't... He had a staring contest with himself, and he won! Again! Please, yes. A poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort on it in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Ooh, fire extinguisher. A fire extinguisher? If one were to be hit in the head with this... Yeah, no, I get it. I get the rep. Why would he think that, though? I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. Christ. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Like this door handle. Perhaps I should talk to some people. Final lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked. I better get a move on. Only fools get amnesia'd. A drink vending machine. Ack. Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. A sody pop. Oh, 50. How many till I get a cravat? You get one for every year. And then they stack on top of each other. Like tree rings. So you should have a few. Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. Okay. Every month you get a layer. And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently, I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do.
This is not only Gumshoe at his, like, least battered down, it's also Gumshoe at his least salary cut in the timeline. It's a family business.
The duo is born.
So he's like, oh, you know, he's able to eat real meals and stuff. He's got a clean coat. Clean coat, clean cut.
Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first.
This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
I don't have hooves. You're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge.
Detective Bad?
So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
He's so bad. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then I kind of froze.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there dead.
Is that everything?
Yep, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not?
You got it. I'm a brand spanking new detective.
So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desire to see one, I just might be able to make your day.
You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. And someday I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad.
Oh, Dick Gumshoe, ace detective.
Did I say something wrong, pal?
Forget it, detective. Bratworth? Sounds like a brat, like a sausage.
You have any insight on this, Detective Gumshoe? Well, as a detective, I'd rather see something that's actually related to the case, pal.
I thought this was related enough. What do you think about your testimony? You sure don't have a single ant slipped in? Really? Not a single ant got by me. Not a single ant slipped in.
Well, I guess if we're talking about slipped in, then maybe a frog or something did.
It would appear that my points also completely slipped by you, detective. Not a single ant slipped in? Do you see the pile of ants? This is how we get it. What do you mean not a single ant slipped in? There's clearly a... What do you... Look me in the eye. Not a single ant. Not a single ant? Okay.
The metaphor just came to me.
Do you have a minute? Yeah, her earrings are incredible. You know I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. This is how you get ants, detective. Do not take me for some naive novice.
Do not take me for some naive novice.
Yeah, she's great. So you're a student of Von Karma? Theme's a jam too. I should have... Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh. But try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto U. You? CCU? you? Callisto, you? And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head to head in court. But of course, I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm a prosecutor. It's a shame we'll not be able to face each other. It was to be my first trial, too. Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be so young and carefree. Do I know how old she is? She's 22. To be so young and carefree. Man, you're 22. And what a nice, squeaky clean badge you got yourself there. I'm jealous. I'm sure its gleam will dull over time with experience. Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it? That's not what I meant. Well, you just can't avoid some things in life. I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Hey, boss. Miss Yu, what do you think about this piece of evidence? Actually, Edgeworth, I'm interested in finding out what you think about it. I don't really know all that much about it. Then I don't really know all that much about it either. Haha, sorry, I guess I can't be of any service. Shouldn't push her too much, she'll just start laughing again. Okay, bye. Okay, what the hell is this detective bad? Excuse me, who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad, homicide. He looks like he's from a different game. like just... Is his jacket full of bullet holes? Like, what is the... He's bad. Give him a... I'm not giving a strong bad voice. Homicide? He's from a manga, right? He should just be black and white, just grayscale. Holy shit. I need to send a JPEG of this to Katie. I think she would appreciate his design. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. Everything about him is a backstory, yeah. He's eating a lollipop too, by the way. Film noir. He almost already is, right? How did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested you be here? Hotel Dust Detective? Yeah. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Macrell, was shot and killed. How old is this guy? Well, by Ace Attorney standards, he's probably like 33? 53. That was close. Wow, front-facing bad. There's a lot. We are in case 4 now. We are officially in case 4. It can update stream title. So no one's confused coming in late. Yeah, there we go. Case 4. Am I right? There you go. He was found holding the bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Numbers go that high, right? That big lug over there, his name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Actual old man. Hey, Viz. Old man Yowie real. Why was I not informed you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not?
Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in the head of yours, son.
I can't give this man enough gravel to do it justice because my throat will fall apart in 2 minutes. Just imagine everything I say in his voice is like,
Yeah, I'm Mr. Detective Bad.
just like so much.
I'm not your son, Pops. I'm not your son.
Need MGS4 David Hayter, who's gargling milk and whiskey.
Miss you! There's someone here who wishes to see you.
Who is it?
A Codopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin.
But what's going on?
Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second, was it Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go.
Hey, Miles. Miles, you fucked everything up.
What do you mean?
Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu's involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime.
If only he would get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that.
Moving on, though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident?
So I was right.
Just what is that man doing wandering around here? Also, that is a lot of ants, Gumshoe. You must clean up this mess at once.
Yes, right away, pal.
And he starts picking them up one at a time, putting them on the shelf while they go back inside.
That Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now.
It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well.
Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Actual child.
Papa! How can you place him in charge?
Franziska, what are you doing here? Why does she have like a riding whip? Okay. Training whip.
I'm here for summer vacation. What else?
In a courthouse, yeah. She hasn't graduated the full whip yet. Yeah, that's great. Franziska von Karma, so she's here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who is also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. She read his internal monologue. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. It's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them.
Bad? Yeah.
These two will be conducting the investigation.
What? The rookie and a child? Okay.
What?
You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in.
I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad.
Is he?
And I will not tolerate complaining.
Edgeworth, Franziska,
I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir. Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
There goes the old man Yowie. Miles Edgeworth.
It's been quite some time, Franziska.
this will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. My name's literally not Von Karma. Correct. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Oh. Yeah. That's a fancy TV. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. Yowie happened here. Taste the blood. Yowie happened here. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Hey, Francisco, want to see a dead body? Literally a child? 13 years old. Want to see a dead body? Want to see two? Want to see two dead bodies? Let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Oh. Yo, kids, over here. Kid? Huh, serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Is that Mark Twain in the painting on the left? Hey, big guy, you're gonna watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Badge, sir. Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Eek! Then you, prosecutor boy. Prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, all right? Great. Now, even that detective is treating me like a child. All right, time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Let me run around! Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? I want to run around in circles. What is it? No, little German prosecutor boy. Oh my god! These case files are full of evidence and housing. It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was loaded? It was used to kill the Codopian Embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rowe was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented. But then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? What if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Yeah. He's gonna treat me like a child forever. Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Now you're a yeah! Daytona. Let's miles away.
Keep up, Gumshoe. Yes, sir.
Check how old Gummy is. Gum Gum. Gum Gum is 26. He's but the baby boy. But the baby little child. He's 40. Dead man 53. Echo 32. Close to you. Was bound in court. How bad? Man, coaching. Suspect in KG8. What's going on here? There's some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yep, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know.
Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor throwing us off.
There's some stuff in the bag, pal.
I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him.
This is the evidence? I better not touch it. I'd leave prints on it.
Do you just not pay attention to anything you do?
Yep.
This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. And name it... Carl's. Carly. It looks like the sofa's ready to be disposed of.
It's so soft I could sleep for all 25 hours of the day on this thing.
If only I could dispose of him. Is Charlie a fake planet? I mean, they make reference to Charlie looking more wilted in certain blurbs of text. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, detective.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However...
Using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha!
What was that outburst for?
My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see?
You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. I suppose we won't know how much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why'd have to be this? Like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder.
Right, I'm on it, pal.
The weapon. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun.
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? Why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
Not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt he'll ever need to use one.
Hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Yeah. But the knife.
Looks like Mr. Rell died with the knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck on it.
Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? Edric thinks he used the gun as 10 years old, I know. Right. Yeah. That doesn't get cleared up until later. Damn. I should jot some notes down. He's fine. We love super well-adjusted Miles Edgeworth. First, he killed a Cadopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know.
What makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
He thought it was a nightmare. He does have nightmares about it. Yeah. He's just kind of... He's fine.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dead Man. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition.
Yep, do you know about it?
It's a special feeling that all We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation.
I get this tingly feeling, pal. And then I enter into my mind palace. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
I won't be happy when someone comes as good as this guy. Could there be evidence of a fight? Evidence? Evidence? I must thoroughly inspect the bottom for any clues. Well, it's already been searched. I must search it further. You never know when the hams have a story to tell. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. The window is open, and there's a fresh, flowery scent in the air.
Oh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly.
Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
At least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice.
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing's huge. Wow! And way too noisy.
You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it.
But I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something that a rookie here needs to shore up on. The TV's been left on.
Why look at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
Gumshoe, you do know what will happen to you if you touch something again, right?
I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigation, all right?
I was planning to do so anyway. Can I have a thought? Do I have enough ideas to have a thought? So if there's no sign of a struggle, how come there's signs of a struggle? There is a very tiny pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there.
Another reason.
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Please get that blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on, let me ask the lab guy.
Can the silhouette is Barry with Rollworth in the logic menu? Oh. I think it's just Edgeworth. Oh, if he's young, or yeah, very similar silhouette regardless.
All right, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's.
And the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
If you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal.
There's Faraday's blood on it. Okay. Yeah. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rel. It looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
And what would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
What? Now I've been downgraded to just boy?
Boy.
What have I not investigated with my investigator powers? Something else here? Can I look at it more? Better? Oh, there's stuff on his hand.
His hand is all black down here. See, I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. So he was left-handed, but he was holding the gun in his right hand? Perhaps ambidextrous.
An ink stain?
I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? Never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
Mr. Rel's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Hurry up and get on with it. Labby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Well. Well then. Ouch.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Labby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. He's also got a blood shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on the clothes. That must mean... Burn marks? A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. A yard is pretty far. Does it really leave... I mean, I don't know. If you were 2 feet away, would it leave a scorch mark? Handgun data updated. Ergo, you sure know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. They go pretty fast, you know. The hell's a yard? It's like a funky meter. Ouch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, all right? Marsupial? There's something in the breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Guns are main explosions. I know. I am quite ignorant of the physics. I mean, I know how guns work. I'm saying, like, point blank leaving burn marks makes complete sense. A meter or a yard, where that being the cutoff, I don't know. I don't know why that's specific. Like, that seems pretty far for that to be the cutoff for burn marks, but no. Francisca will get stabbed. She didn't care one bit. Yeah, it's fine. Just a flesh wound. You know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad's always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. That's why Gumshoe has a pencil in his ear. Writing onto his gun, Gumshoe. And like half the letters are backwards. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. I ain't no forensic scientist. Muzzle flash thing that burns and leaves gunpowder, I assume. Right, that's what I figure as well. But Gumshoe. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. There says in there, having another look. Is there more I can... He's holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right? Will that be your answer? Yes, sir. We have found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. You can do that on the spot, that quick. Ballistic markings are, the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Eek, come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will you? The bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell fell. Maybe he's got like a cool marking underneath his little scarf there. But we'll never know. Okay. Don't think there's anything else. What can I put in my brain? What can I put together in my brain? Why? Ink from a pen! Urethra! I've got it! That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy.
Yeah, looks like ink.
Detective Gumshoe, I confirm the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from that fountain, from his fountain pen.
He's named Mackerel because he has a hole in him, now making him a holy mackerel. God damn it.
Christ, I see good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life.
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed.
It appears Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal.
It has a quality nib.
I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. There's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility.
No way, pal, really?
I suppose I would just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. So the gun in his right hand, be left-handed. It is connected to the evidence. Is notes pertaining. Maybe they're gonna show us her. And then it says this is gonna be closer. A few yards away. It keeps getting further. Is it this showing that he's left-handed?
Eureka! There's a clear contradiction with the evidence here in this spot. Really, pal? Because I don't see anything wrong there.
Ha! I was merely testing you.
Hey, pal, don't make me arrest you for lying.
I guess I was mistaken. Then, okay, what about, This blood is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found, which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag to preserve it as evidence? That's funny. Okay. Fountain pen. It seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using a very nice fountain pen.
That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all.
Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine.
Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something.
It wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. This looks like a quality nib.
Let me test it out, pal. Oh, this is really... Oh, I got ink all over my hand.
Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with the evidence like that again. Don't bring a knife to gunfight is wrong. The person with the knife is faster. It was in Mythbusters. I mean, that's the basics of CQC. You get in close, and then you karate chop them. Okay. Is the problem not that he's left-handed but holding the gun in his right hand? I don't have anything else. Huh. You should always have a knife and a gun. Yeah, CQC. What? I don't think that's related. I think I said the answer. Yeah. From a few yards away. I mean, maybe. There's Fenrir's hand. Yeah. Oh, sure, there's blood on it. Sure. The description of the left hand. I swear I was looking for the phrase left-handed, and I just glossed over that. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Eureka! Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it's this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with this fountain pen. How many times has this come up in this game? Of left-handedness versus right-handedness? It's been a lot in this video game so far. It feels like it doesn't come up normally this much in Ace Attorney. About 1 billion. It feels like a lot. I mean, it came up a lot in Case 3, but in different contexts. It's a left-handed pen.
Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed, and yet the handgun's in his right hand. Don't you find it odd the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun with his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
You're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. How could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Left-handed with fountain pen sounds like a mess. Yeah. I remember having left-handed friends in school who were just like, yep. Like, even being right-handed, your hand would just cover up with, like, you know, this part of your hand would just have penciled, just mush, graphite mushed in your hand, and, like, everyone that's left-handed was like, there's no escape. It's just covered in ink and whatever. Someone else. Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. Some left-handed people use use guns right-handed to avoid damage to their writing hands? Huh. I believe I've never heard that. A person of vile intent who's serious about keeping the truth from us. If you're left-handed, say, yeah. Woo! Depends on what ink and pen you have and how you hold your writing utensils. Right. But a lot of ink and pencils I've used just at the end of a school day. Even being right-handed, I would have a bunch of shit on my hand. There's the autopsy. Here's the autopsy report. Found it? Can't show my hand. Yeah. I feel like there's something like that. I've had that too. I think I shoot pool left-handed. I don't remember. I'm trying to think. It's been a while. Anyway, it is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Shout out to people who write with their feet. Ooh. Monkey dexterous. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course. The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. Ta-da. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. What did the autopsy say again that was just given? Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rell died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Possibly he was alive for a little while after being shot. So they're saying that Rell shot Faraday from some distance. No, Faraday shot Rell from some distance, and then Rell stomped over and stabbed him, and then they died. That's what this points to. I want to pull. Now I'm actually curious if Chad has more than left-handed, the average 10%, because every left-handed, yes or no. Oh my god, that pull. Are you left-handed? Yes, no. If you're both or something else, then just don't answer, I guess. Okay. No, yes it? Are you left-handed? Yes, right. Left. It's all very clear. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you? That you don't want to believe it's true? Yeah. It's all right. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Let's fight. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Fight the child! Draws and left-handers. How's the poll going? We're at 20% so far left-handed. That is high. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Got people die mixed up. Yep. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. But her theory is what I currently have, even though it's obviously too simple. I don't know what the problem is.
you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder reports right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see. It's been documented clear as day. From this, it's obvious Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. Then he must have attacked Mr. Rel before being stabbed. I'm stayed-handed. Left-handed grows stronger every day. You're finally beginning to catch on. Mr. Rel on the ring of death stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. There's our contradiction. The messy condition of this room is testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counterattack.
Hold it!
He did a combo air attack, and then threw him with a grab. About this statement, Mr. Rel used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. How does one compare to the damage your crop can do with the state of this room? Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that will be fine. Did a backflip, snapped the bad guy's neck, and saved the day. And then died from shock. These are the facts.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation as fact already, don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rel. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room's a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than you could whip a whip at. Hopefully she's becoming more and more confident. And looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won our little competition. Something strange about Franziska's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. I should know there's a contradiction somewhere. The data. They struggled and they used the last of his strength. Time for a data dance. Hiya!
Objection!
Remember when Franziska got owned by a 9-year-old? If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How, then, did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Yeah. No, it don't make sense. See you later. Oh, wait. Something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. Because he died... Is it this? That...
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well, then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot, then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid.
and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Franziska, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in the crime scene is the order of events, the order the bodies fell, the evidence bag's location. What was the bodies fell? I mean, yeah, if he was dead first, he should be underneath. So that checks out. Yeah. Then bye. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No. Mr. Faraday's body's lying on top of Mr. Rell's, therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible. Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. Oh no. I simply think you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Sure bounced back quick. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happened? Part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. What? The two bodies fell into a pile, praise be, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. But he was shot from far away. It doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. Testimony so good, they did it twice. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. No. Arguing with a child doesn't feel great. There's just chance that his body fell on top of Mr. Rell's, two bodies fell into a pile. Yeah, okay.
Hold it!
She is 13 years old. What? What? Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. It worked on you. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. I'm just about to explain everything to you. You think you could hold on for a minute? Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. I'll hold on to it, all right, as I whip you. No, please stop. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. The two bodies fell into a pile.
Hold it!
A pile. Miles, yeah, he's like 20. The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be a bit strange? Not at all. I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time.
Hold it!
What do you mean they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. No, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Hey, it's at close range. Hey, there it is. You're saying they attacked each other at the same time from close range? Exactly. Mr. Faraday pointed the gun at Mr. Rell's chest and pulled the trigger. Mr. Rell then took the knife from Mr. Faraday and stabbed him before he fell unconscious. The dead Mr. Faraday instantly fell on top of Mr. Rell from the stabbing, pinning Mr. Rell under him, where he died shortly thereafter. And that's how they ended up on top of each other with no contradictions to be seen. It really doesn't matter in the slightest what order they fell.
Hold it!
In the opposite order. Do you really believe they fell in the exact opposite order in which they attacked? Miles Edgeworth, you're not listening to a word that I'm saying. Arg!
They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. L fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. L died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened. The two men attacked each other with Mr. L randomly falling down first. The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect I'm having trouble swallowing. The range of the attack. 5 yards away.
Objection!
Eureka.
This is anime. Do you believe they killed each other at close range? That's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. L's clothes. Therefore, Mr. L and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on top of each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. Thanks for the hydrant. And with there being no chance that Mr. L moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill? Who? The person that attacked first with murderous intent? That would be neither of them. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. L, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth. There's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves that a third person was involved? My badge? I mean, the fact that it was his wrong hand, doesn't prove a third person was there. This found in Rel's hand. It has Faraday's blood on it. How would that prove? Could that prove? Yeah, realize the gunshot was heard. Definitely the badge. Definitely the badge. The gunshot was heard. Seven says the chest, the shot from the 7 the bone, the chest, the gun, possibly the life will after being shot in the picture. Okay. And the pen.
Take that!
This is the evidence. How is this related? Do you think you could explain it? It's self-explanatory, of course. There's no need. I have no idea how it's related. Could you explain it to me? Yes, well, let me guess. You can't explain it, can you? Yarg! It would appear that I was wrong, but there's definitely a contradiction. It should resolve itself if there's really a third person here. So you go over the evidence. My badge. I mean, is it the fact that it was shot from far away? So, I'll try again. Okay. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How does the bag with blood point to... I guess because it's the only place that there was blood from him being stabbed, other than his clothes? How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a show. The neat bags, the ones that were tidy. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment. There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. So they really wanted me to pick the bag, not the gun, but I'm glad they accepted the gun.
Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection.
Who? Who did? Oh, hi. Yeah, it is kind of messed up to just see the judge. It's one thing to see him, like, walking around behind the judge's bench. But he's just, like, standing in a room. He got feet!
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Thank you, Hazel. A new objection voice in this game? Compared, oh, for the remaster? Remake? Whatever. Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What?
What's the meaning of this? Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there standing in front of the door the entire time, but I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask you please explain that last statement. I'll let his honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I told you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir.
It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. Tumbling down.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Was he guarding the wrong room? Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Throw him away, go Red. Lock him up. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Motive? Why wasn't the hallway? Stay out of the hallway. He did say there weren't any ants, but this hallway clearly has ants. Was that important? Stupid Ace Attorney. Stupid Ace Attorney. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in that hallway at the time, correct?
Huh? No, of course not, pal.
You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me?
Look, watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence.
I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace. Maybe I should ask about something else. Why weren't you in the hallway? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time?
Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay?
There's testimony against you. Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? Eh? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Okay. What about your motive? I suppose the one thing I'd like to clarify is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh?
Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything?
No, sir. Not me, not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir.
Is that a fact?
Objection.
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying.
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." Never mind. Earlier when I was like, we were seeing Gumshoe at the top of his salary. I was false, actually. That was not correct. A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. How's that for a perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Sir?
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se. There are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Monsieur's perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Police organized the national level Japan senior prosecutors in... It was about a week ago.
Hold it!
Ergo, per se. Perchance, per se. A week ago, then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. He was getting chewed out.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset. Yep. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often.
But there he was, totally beat red in the face.
Ahem. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right?
Oh, I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
Don't laugh at him, he's innocent, maybe. The poor man. What if Gumshoe actually did commit this crime? And he's just been playing 5D chess for a decade. And in the present day, he's like, "It was me, pal." His eyes are glowing. It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as he yelled, "There's a salary cut for you."
Hold it!
Erstwhile verily. That's why he's not in the second trilogy, because they locked him up. You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yep. I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him.
No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck in my face.
But you do!
Huh? What have I got stuck on my face?
Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Hey, maybe he murdered a man. He doesn't deserve that.
Huh?
Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. I don't like her as much anymore. Mods teleport her to space. Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? Be nice to my son. A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut, that's reason enough for a grudge.
Hold it!
Unbalance her scale earrings. To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective bad. Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
Hold it!
I haven't learned anything. You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How Faraday was killed. Motive for killing Mr. Rell. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. I mean, I want to know all three of these. Yeah, that would only give him a connection to Faraday, not Rell, but I guess she could just be like, well, he killed a dude in front of him. No witnesses, right? Yeah, I'll try it. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell?
His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that?
It makes me laugh.
I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away.
Anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Faraday and Rel. All you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they killed each other. Yeah, that's what I thought she was gonna say. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. Second KJ incident, been more calling involving an FC staff member. And the two men both went up as suspects to the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking related to them? Yeah, maybe. I like her too, but she was mean to Gumshoe. Now she's on the shit list. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both of them.
Hold it!
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Faraday and Rel? I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. Are you sure about that? She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. It's probably really small. Yeah, but there's being mean to him, being like, you missed this, detective. And he's like, but that's new evidence. I didn't know. And then there's, your face is ugly. Like, there's a gap between, you fucked up your job, detective, and what's your eyebrows doing? What they do? It's, yeah. All you really have to establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men.
Hold it!
No, it's Mary Grumshoe and Edgeworth. No. But he doesn't, like, talk shit about his appearance. Someone with a grudge against one of the men. Mean affectionate, mean actual. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's affectionately mean, but it's on the spectrum somewhere. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure. After all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? We're getting deep now. But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. L, who happened to be there, became a witness to Faraday's murder.
Hold it!
So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
Detective Gumshoe? You would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here.
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality.
Well, please forgive me, I know not what I do.
Everything's great and normal here.
And you there, Miss Yu. Hurry up and continue with your testimony.
If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds like kind of fun, actually. Calm down. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rel. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they'd killed each other.
Hold it!
I didn't do it, pal.
No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously.
No, but I can't even begin to think up ways to set up a crime scene.
I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. His strongest evidence is I couldn't be that smart, and they're like, yeah.
Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal?
You shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it, too.
I think this proves one thing about the detective.
He has the mental acuity of a worm.
Edgeworth, would you love me if I was a detective worm?
I have to admit her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. No, they're moved to kill both Faraday and Rill? Oh, is that so? What about, Can I just present this to that?
Objection!
Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Faraday and Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Codopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Codopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it.
You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out.
You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told.
But you don't know who told you.
Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we still have is Detective Gumshoe.
I suppose. No way. Come on, Detective Man. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time. I never took a single step into this room, sir.
Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No, there was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes, and if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation.
Detective Man.
God, the judge is pissed. Everyone in this game looks like a fighting game character in a really good way. Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho, ho, ho. Gun flattening. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? Everything is neat and tidy on top of the table, not a single disturbance inside. Good. I was talking to her. What? Why? I thought she started laughing when I walked up. If she was just staying there normally and then when you got close she started laughing, that would be really good. So, what'd you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Codopian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Didn't Manfred von Karma say that only a few people know about KG-8? But now everyone's like, it's the second KG-8. Which is it? Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8. You're a lawyer. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the paper. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to KG-8. I'd appreciate if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Pfwahaha. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? Okay, if you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just gonna have to show her exactly how related to the KG incident she is. I'm a prosecutor. Check out my badge. Alright. Hiya. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof. Very well, then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Through the, I forgot who was who. The victim. It says right there. Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. What? It's a common name. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help it. Miss Yu, I ask you, please tell me the truth. Ahem. All right. It's time for sad music. I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. That the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case had nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Obviously mistrial, right? No, we gotta get the trial out. We gotta get the case done. They need this courtroom at 3 p.m. for a volleyball tournament. Innocent, get out of here. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop with the scary face. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Ahem. It's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess it wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter's the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. Holy shit. Miles is so normal. The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective, Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. Don't tell me he saw the little girl, he saw baby K, and he's covering for her by saying he didn't see anyone. That's 100% what happened. Whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Ain't didn't even right. I know. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name or my name is Miles Edgeworth. To be continued.
He's so unwell. Yeah. He hasn't met Phoenix yet. Of course he's unwell. He has? Well, I mean, okay. As adults, they haven't re-met. You know what I meant. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Codopian embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed.
When they were babies. I know. I meant as adults in court. When he was eventually saddled with unnecessary feelings. Since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead,
the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Huh. Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. My VTuber debut, no. I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. L?
What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for?
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. L. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh.
A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. He told Miles to seek out perfection, and now he's like, you don't deserve perfection. Okay. Papa? This is a mistranslation? Apparently I mistranslated it for an Edgeworth he calls a novice in Japanese. Oh. A novice rather than worthless person? That's pretty intense, so yeah, okay. Thank you. I mean, also, well, of course Manfred sucks, but, you know. It's not like he has affection for his children, but he's trying to set them up to replace him. Or whatever his motivations are. Do you think it's a real culprit by... Who do you think's the real culprit? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Try to set Miles up for murder. He sucks if he hasn't otherwise been like overtly. Well, he's not really subtle, but it's also not overt. I just noticed that all the people in the background have been replaced by police officers who are just kind of fucking around. Is he washing his hands in the drinking fountain? Okay. Being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, he's always doing the arm thing.
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue.
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. You have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed save for the results of your competition.
The salute nap? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa. Yeah, he's awful. Annoying asshole thing. First trial, there was suspect prosecutor. Yeah. Well, man, he's a nap.
Franziska, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with the case. It's an incredibly detailed model. I heard that it costs as much to make as it costs to build the courthouse itself. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness. Agreed.
It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? Can't tell get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. It's a bookshelf. Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, haha, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from the foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. Oh, it's probably worse than that. Did I talk to the guy who made them all? Yeah. Miss you? No, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I'm Franziska von Karma, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? Guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. Yeah, I'll talk to him. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? I have halal food? Oh, that sounds good. Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're just planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched, lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. Ahoo! I feel much better now. What is it you want to talk about? It inquires to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. Is there other security cameras in the courthouse? I feel like that came up in a previous case. I just don't remember. Surely, we can back all this up with evidence. Excuse me, you were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss. I just remember the case with Trucy and Trucy's dad and Mr. Hat and all the shenanigans there. It's just like, what? If there were cameras, this would be so much simpler. We had a little something to discuss, that's all. No, we'll get back to that. Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yeah, the one for Zach for milk and cigarettes. Yeah. Security cameras haven't been invented yet, you're right. Perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. I wish she was like, wow, what a detailed model. Wait, I can see myself. Looking at a smaller model, inside the model, and within that model, another me. I can't stop the water, sir. It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Bunch of fools who pretended to not see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Miles Edgeworth? Yes. What is the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted? It would appear that the entire week is devoted to Mr. L's trial. Is the crime rate really that low in this country? Or maybe the police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals. I'm afraid I can't comment on that. However, I can say I have my doubts about the younger detectives. Sounds to me like they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start my discipline regimen with that pathetic, filthy-coated detective. Feel bad for the big guy, and yet I can find no suitable reason to stop her. That will have ramifications for years to come. Sir, nothing to report, sir. Asleep. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. I feel like the running water of the drinking fountain's not helping. Why don't you just make it a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. Someone to hold it. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. Agent Snake! He's for 14. He's making sure the sofa's secure. It's in working order, sir. The area is restricted to authorized personnel only. If I'm not authorized personnel, then what, may I ask, do you think I am? The younger sibling of a dysfunctional relationship? Bullseye.
I'm not the younger one. He is. Now get that straight in your head. I believe there's a more objectionable part you should be upset over, Francisca. Wow. Best line of dialogue in the game. Whoa, court. I'm the judge. Guilty, guilty, guilty. I'm the judge now. I stand witness today to say the court sucks. It's the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. Others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know. I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these, or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. That would never happen. A protagonist, or even secondary character in this series, being a witness to a crime? Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench. By that time, I should already be standing here. It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it? If that were to happen, Francisca, I'll eat my cravat. It's lightly dabbed in oils. It's delicious. Foreshadowing is literally... It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch. It's situated the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides. Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes? Sort of. Of course I'm man enough. Are you a bad enough dude to stand in a courtroom? It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. Well, I never. I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. What, is this like... Wait, is this where, like, the stenographer goes? Do they have that? Do they do that? This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel. You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. You have no idea how frightening it was. I got an achievement. Good. That's where they make the confetti. While the trial's going on, Gumshoe's just sitting here with a bunch of construction paper and scissors. In the middle of the courtroom, just snipping away. Well, achievement, it was for interacting with everything in the courtroom. This is what I could tell from the blurb. So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Kicking his little feet. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of KG-8. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, is my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two of them would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do, but Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. Let me see. About Mackerel. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client's first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu, he had just made that up. He made it up. Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there is no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, And that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas.
I don't believe it. You're serious?
Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? Ann Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. L was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry, forgive my rashness.
Yeah, I'll take a rest.
Miss you, I was wondering if you could tell me about the cat ate the grass zoo. The bat and the mouse zoo. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or maybe... There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I've never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too, but either way I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Gumshoe, 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 Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe!
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Ouch!
Why does my pain give them delight? As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so, even if had you not requested me to, Detective.
Yeah.
So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I had my toast in my mouth and everything, pal.
I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. That seems worth chewing out. Yeah. High standards. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so and from whom?
Earlier around 3:20 and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Yow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Interesting. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope. Not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Wait. You can't do that.
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands off, pal.
Just show it to us already.
Yow!
Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there's no check inside.
You've had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know.
He had $0 and now he has $5. Oh, Gumshoe,
That envelope is really special to me. Now give it back.
you don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you?
Literally had no money. Why is this important? What is the relevance? Oh, shit. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. I ask you, wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. Please make it brief, sir. He was at an ATM at some point. Do we ask about the ants? I haven't had an opportunity to. I don't have ants as evidence. I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Do I just talk to him again? It's a bookshelf. I'm not talking to the bookshelf. I'm talking to Gumshoe. Gumshoe. Testimony. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
And you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct?
Yep. Not even a single ant passed through the hall, through that hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal.
This is when the Cyclops appear.
I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what even I can imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Oh, look, child.
You!
Damn! Got his ass. That'll teach him not to let someone sneak up behind him in 7 years' time, dressed up like the Blue Badger. Ooh! Yeah, run away. And then she dropped something. How could you have not noticed that coming?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? That's exactly what I needed.
Kids can sometimes be so cruel.
His training has begun. It looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll. It says courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt with the next time we meet.
Punishment may need to be dealt. I believe I've asked all I need of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who's correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? Suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. I suppose. Hey. So many ants. Hey, Beans. You just watched that and didn't say a word? She was probably laughing. Did you see anything else?
No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. It's just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up.
That's a euphemism for his britches. He's wearing old-timey pants that lace up.
You're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. He probably means that literally. I am set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth.
And Miss Jack.
I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Origins. Well, I needed to know why he calls Miss Von Karma Miss Von Karma. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Never thought I'd see the day where we talk to the judge outside the courtroom. It feels wrong. Feels like it just feels wrong. Pat to pat to pat. You found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? No, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Did you figure something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Write that down. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. That's why they have Swiss rolls? They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. They're milking the defendants? Yeah. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? It means the end of the trial. Suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial. Suppose the only time you can't eat them is now, huh? Wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. God, the sibling rivalry is so much. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? It means the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now. No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. Is that a joke? When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Hot dog. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Yeah. Sure. Literally ... It looks like the slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled. Don't quit your day job, which you don't have because you're a child. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks, I see. Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool can understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad that I'm now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge. It certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. The hams, you see. Okay. Good. Can I put together my thoughts about the thing? No. Alright. The ants! Finally, we can investigate the ants. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Rubber? I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable. Heck, it's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Kate! I can look outside, however, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all. It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? She's too little! What? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. That looks like a bathroom through there. Okay. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karman name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard just like these ants. Let her see the bars. The same goes for you, Franziska. Huh? What was that? What are these black speckles? Do they not have ants in Germany? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Ooh, that detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him, and yet here is a whole hill of them. Knack? Edgeworth Knack real? What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. I mean, yes, it's Ace Attorney. Details matter. I still just... Gumshoe be like, not a single ant snuck by me. Next to a pile of ants being important is just good. They don't have ants, they have a mason. I miss Knack. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Nagoo, it wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. What about that handprint? The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance. Can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame. 15 times angry in her tween years? I mean, yeah, she's a tween. Calm down, Franziska. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there. If this was anyone else saying this to Miles, he'd be like, why? No, we're not fingerprinting someone who left crumbs on the ground. What do you mean? Obviously, it's important for the case, but like in universe, it seems like he shouldn't do this. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Yes, sir. I don't know. I guess you could justify as like anyone who was around this hallway during the course of the day is important. So there, fair enough. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis. Do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Oh, well, that doesn't help. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. The window moment. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought. I'm sorry. Oh, this is multiple pages of comic. You lost sight of Gumshoe from the window in the other building. It's as you say, Detective. You can get a clear view for this window, hallway from that window. Seeing the window from here, it's impossible not to see Gumshoe from there. Window, 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 window. She's fucking pissed. Window, 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 window. Edgeworth Irk. Foolish fool, let's talk window. I can't see what a foolish fool you're talking about is competition. We should be on equal footing. I have to see what's out this foolish window. You could stand on the sofa. Reminded of his grandchildren. Small.
small and pissed off at the world. All right, is there anything else to look at here? I think that's probably... Wait, the cactus! What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles in this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. It is? Is he just saying that? To be like, nuh-uh. I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. The fish deal with the cactus? Not yet. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Huh. So, Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. The cactus has a gun. How about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. Can Franny see the future? I think when you're that angry, you can get a glimpse of the future. Jam and theme. I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know?
I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Francisca, I think you need to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. He's staring murder at him.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told him to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yep. I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together.
I'm about to end this child. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you.
She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
Hup. You got it, pal.
And around what time did all that take place?
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
Unless you are working together to, you know. If two alibis point at each other, that's not really a good alibi. It would seem that I'm in the same room. It's not like, you know, whatever. I'm still missing some key pieces of information. His name's Tyrell Bad.
Tyrell Bad. Bad to the bone. Eagle-eyed.
Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yep. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1.
That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
No, I heard the gunshot.
Yes, I'm saying when you heard it.
No, I mean, she also heard it, but you're talking to me.
Correct. When did you hear it?
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
I'm asking you.
No, you're talking to me.
Who's on third base? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2, and that's when we discovered the bodies in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Ha. Just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Anything else I should ask him about? Time to hear the gunshot, place to hear the gunshot, situation around, what was the situation? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you.
I wasn't there.
I'm not talking about you. I have nothing else to add. You just said you. His testimony certainly corroborates with what Miss Yu said. I was already asking about that, remember? She asked about something else. Didn't we tell us about all these? Detective Bad, where were you when you heard the gunshot? How many times are you gonna ask? I was in the lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot. Get out of here, get in the way. I'm not through questioning you. The time. He said 30 minutes. The exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess. The trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. Hey, Katie. I was gonna send you a JPEG of this man on the right, if you didn't swing by stream today. He seemed relevant to your interests. That's all. Hope you're doing well. He heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Best testimony jotted down my organizer. Please do it anyway. You got it. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under his surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Okay. Thanks, I guess. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? Nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well. Why does he have the gavel with him? You may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Oh, Chris! 76. That's all I'm on. Thanks for the prime. Hope you're doing good. It's his emotional support gavel. That's the squeaky one that he uses when he's at home. Let's see here. How should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. Yeah, I noticed that and thought it was weird. No detail is unimportant. In other words, you could see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. Uh-huh. When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain to me rationally. I'm really sorry, please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That was what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there. You can, I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. There's a bench right there she can stand on. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? And by duties, I mean dookies. I simply must go back to the bathroom. I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Oh, ho, ho. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. It's not that much shorter. That's what makes it funny. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Hey, well, yeah. I guess. Do I have any brain thoughts? Oh, I have a bunch of brain thoughts. Can I combine the Swiss crumb roll with the vending machine? Is that a thing I can do in my brain? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? We went through all... You were there, Francisco, at the vending machine. It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss until the end with these. 2 for $6, talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. Whoa! I didn't expect there to be a Swiss roll inside of that packet. As he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Ugh, how could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. He only had $5. Wait. He only had $5. How did he buy a Swiss roll if he only had $5? If it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, we're gonna prove he couldn't buy a Swiss roll because he only has $5 in his bank account. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. That creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. You deduce that with the bonus. Urethra, about Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Well, he's already had one pay cut that we know of. Indeed. He's only been on the force 1 week. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. Price 2 for $6.
How did he do this?
He's showing a little okay. There's some flowers in the air. There's a cactus. Why? I don't know why the cactus is important. And the pink trash. What is the trash? What is the trash from? Why did he say it looked familiar? I can't leave. There are no signs this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. If you could already tell from a distance, why were you wasting your time examining it? Francisco, let's not try to rush absolute genius. He's making the most ridiculous looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to Yvonne Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Okay, so there's nothing else to look at. What is it? Never mind. I can figure it out with my brain. Was this cactus in lobby number 2 and then moved? Made of rubber. Where the hell did rubber come from? Ask her about the hallway window. According to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall. I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you? Well, it is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom. Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall? Of course. Can you not see it? Arg! I demand that you show me this view at once. I'm supposed to go examine that window once again anyway. Should I examine the window again? Never hurts to have another look. Yeah, that's it. To go buy the gum gum. The gum gum. The gum gum. Can I make a connection here? Because I don't know what it would be. So I can just throw them together and see what sticks, but... The window and the cactus. No. Ow, my brain. What about the window and... No, what about the cactus in the trash? I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon.
Mm-hmm. How would that connect to the... Okay. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Okay. Alright, okay. Sure. Don't tell me that's the bang that they heard instead of a gunshot, which sounds very different than a balloon popping. And that the actual gunshot was much, much earlier. Okay. Alright. Okay, Sterny. My brain is healed. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Franziska, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Stands up like legs? Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom, silence, I say. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred Von Karma, Miss Genius Prosecutor, successor, Manfred Von Karma.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You could even place me under oath if you want.
Is it just that Gumshoe was sitting when he looked through the window? Is that literally all it was? I guess that's all it was. Okay.
You can place me under oath.
Very well, then, your testimony, if you please. Could it be so shrimple?
What I saw at recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom.
This is the courtyard, this is the courtroom. That is a long walk to get to the restroom. Sheesh. He would never overlook it, no.
There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. How could this be? A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty sus to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh. No, I simply can't. I was used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. But he sat down to eat with Kay.
During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it!
I tried to, but I had to go.
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Oh, well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for?
Left-facing Judge, right-facing Miles, everything's backwards.
Maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you? I had been holding it.
To crank... No, please stay calm, Your Honor. It's gonna be much harder than anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why wouldn't you? Why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I'd finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. And that's when Kay's balloon popped and Gumshoe dropped his Swiss. One of them came running and thinking they heard a gun. I hope that's so would be so funny. That's 100% what happened. The question is, where did Kay go? Maybe she hopped out the window and was hanging on the bars. Because she's a ninja. There's a window, in other words, I can see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Because we don't have a time of death, right? We do. Never mind. Approximately 4 p.m. Discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. So that is when they died? Both of them? Both of them? Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What? What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. They kept telling me hold it in court, and that made it harder. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural, given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals.
And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Exactly.
Anonymous? Thanks for gifting a sub that went to Guesine? Okay. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emote. Emotes, there's more than one. Check the auto report, aren't we? Be ashamed if we updated it. Mid-rebut. See people peeing but not pooping? Yeah, I don't want to think about the logistics of this restroom and just... if there's like a line of urinals there. Now I'm thinking about it. There's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
I guess I put a little too much into that last answer.
You may only enjoy one of them. You must enjoy each emote equally. I say in my Severance voice. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw that detective was buying something from the vending machines.
Hold it!
People peeing can see you, and you can see people peeing. Isn't that fun? Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? They will grow jealous. I'm absolutely sure. You don't want to see what Bar Monkey is capable of. It's hard to miss someone of his stature even from as far away as the restroom. Judge 3/4. That's his real name. Judge 3/4. The Honorable Judge 3/4. I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat. Does that look like a face of sympathy to you? I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
That's preposterous. My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy. Allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit, he had vanished.
Hold it!
He disappeared. But Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines?
Yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard. Did he? Didn't he?
Hey, that sounds mighty sus to me.
Your Honor, I ask you please remain calm.
No. I'm perfectly calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisco, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height... Can't you hold that whip still for just a second? About His Honor's testimony, I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already? Well, there's only one more thing I need of him to do if I correct the only thing I need to do. We're gonna need to retrace Gumshoe's movements. No. He disappeared. He simply sat down.
Objection!
No. Side looks great after 15 games of front facing, right?
Nice change of pace. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone's giving testimony?
Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench Solier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's good. Who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty.
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake, crumbs, and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, so as not to reveal the peepee weenie, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Franziska herself was unable to see out that window. That's important evidence. Delayed reaction. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Haha, she is short. It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony's just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it. Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better, and the more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? What I saw part B. Hold it. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How is that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree, before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. Oh, I'm sorry. Honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now he mentions that right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. By the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Pop, pop. The only day is my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Rebutted. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window.
Hold it!
They're all court-pilled. Yep. In that case, you can see that you are overconfident in your last testimony. Hold on there. I just said it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you? While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. He's right, I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it!
He's got brain cells. Yeah. In theory, the judge should be the most difficult person to rebut. He should always have an explanation and be like, well, what about this? Consider this. So, you know, as we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. About 20 minutes until we reconvened? That sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. All right, if you insist. Let's see, you looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Hold it!
20 minutes, you say? 20 minutes before we reconvened. Well, very well. What did you do after that? Let's see, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs. So I rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot. Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened, I see. I think the judge did mention something to the effect when we reconvened. Anyway, I forgore.
Hold it!
If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it. All I did was forget to mention it. That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on a Von Karma. Oh, but it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance. I suppose I have no choice in the matter. I was leaving, I heard the bang of a gunshot. Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself, but bang went the gunshot. It was loud, I went, ah, and I jumped in the air like this. Yes, just like this, with a quick, ah. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir, sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know, I looked, but there was no one there. This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. I believe that we finally found the flaw in His Honor's testimony. Sadly, he's completely oblivious to it, but I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in. At least that thing finally came in handy. Indeed. Now let's see what happens when I present it to His Honor. The time. What has the time on it? My badge? My badge has a time on it. Things. For. You know, lads. Fountain pen. Bonus. Price. Mention rifle trial's about to start. Right before it was about to start again. There you go.
Objection!
There you go. My badge should be a clock. What? Your Honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled? Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite... What? Your tongue on those preposterous names. I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that. 4 stepladders? Do they Voltron together to make a regular ladder? Mr. Edgeworth! My ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be. Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of the gunshot, we keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. Now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. It was a gun.
Take that!
Hiya! I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. Right? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Ha ha hoo. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait, there's still a few things I've yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we were just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Thanks, Penguin. Thanks for 5. That's almost 3 if you add 3 plus 3 and then subtract the quotient of 3 divided by 3. And oh no, I'm back in Parlor Dartboard game. Oh, thanks for the prime. There he is.
Yep, see you later.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
What about me?
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We've yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... Yow! My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you'll be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, we may never get a break in this case.
I was on duty. I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway this whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and this time I pulled the information I need out of him. Good cop and bad whip crazy cop.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
Hold it!
So was it really Detective Bad who called you down here?
You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I'll watch you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
So how long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Stand or sit guard? And by he, you mean?
Detective Bad, of course.
And by it, you mean?
This being my first time at the courthouse, he also walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far as his testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
I mean my Phoenix. You claim to have been, I mean my Swiss roll. And by my Swiss roll, you claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. Is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Youch! But I'm not lying.
Should I hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close? And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from lobby number 2 door.
Hold it!
Thanks for the hydrate.
I'm only going to ask you one more time, Detective Gumshoe. Are you sure you stood in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time? Hey, yep. After I was told by Detective Bad, I stood guard in front of that door without a single break. So believe me when I say that I was in that hallway the whole time already, pal. Why'd I ever go quiet again? Apparently someone has a bit of trouble reading between the lines. What's that supposed to mean? I don't... Be quiet. Ouch! Should hurry up and bring the insipid testimony to a close. My honor as detective, I swear it wasn't me. Would you also be willing to swear that there was no one else in that hall besides you? What are you talking about? I just swore to you that I was doing my job, pal. Then what are you acting so nervous for? Wait, what? I'm not nervous at all, pal. Anyway, not a single person other than myself was in that hall the whole time. I should just let it go. Pursuing this train of thought at this time would just be a waste of time. To have such a foolishly foolish contradiction in such a foolishly foolish testimony is just plain old foolish. Indeed. However, in the pursuit of the perfect investigation, I'm afraid we have to deal with it by squashing it under the weight of the evidence. And take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door. Yeah. Sure. Is the handprint? Maybe it's just the handprint.
Objection!
Ho. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench? Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig. Eek! I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Eek! Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Ouch! It appears that Franziska's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. All right, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything. Unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there's something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. Well, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again? That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in that hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? Like a balloon. What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop. Okay, I guess it's the rapper. Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie because there was definitely a second person. The person should not exist. The rapper.
Take that!
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Hey, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief. But I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh, there were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. And the wrapper. I ate every part. Miles learned. I mean, give him credit. It would appear we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. He saw it coming. Why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. K what? K Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm a K. K. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. Well then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy. My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr. Look, Judge, I'm the judge now. I'm the judge. Okay. Same dialogue. That's her dad. Now then, Kay. Hiss. She's like a stray cat. Wonder if I should feed her something. You want a packet full of blood? You want to see a picture of your dad? Sure, here you go. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll. If she accepts, she's a vampire. It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh, my. Your father, he's... don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how he's not here anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... cry. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away, after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, I have this happen right in front of me. How many people died in this courthouse? A lot. And then one of the courtrooms exploded. It's been a pretty dramatic place. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. And also, like, I'll forget that she existed in a moment's time, and then not think about her for 7 years. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? Oh, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Oh. Ugh. Honk. That's pretty good. Oh, my cravats! Don't blow your nose on that! I feel better now, thanks. And Gumshoe. It appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll. Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal. And do you have nothing else to say? Sure do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big. It was a perfection, pal. And totally worth every penny of my bonus. I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Oh dear. What is the matter, Your Honor? I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one. Oh, we can all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. The judge make a mistake? Never. Has never happened, never will happen. His bonus was his bonus was not enough for one vending machine cake. That's the prop, that's how we got here. Kay, are you gonna be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Huh, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So do a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh, I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. You know, shouldn't look in there. It's private. Thanks for showing it to me, Kay. I'm gonna look inside of it. It's probably private. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me. Okay, love your daddy. Oh. But she's stealing things, or she's trying to be a thief in the future? Now, Kay, remember, Papa? Straight to jail. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. Promise 10, a gentleman always wears a top hat. I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah, you're a really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, alright, Kay.
What is with the two of them?
And I had down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy's not a bad man, okay? That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? Tell me about Gumshoe. They all want her approval. So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier? Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Before everything got crazy? How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right?
You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well, then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Swiss rolls. Present her with the notebook. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money, and I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Yow.
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your ruffly thing. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus, don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here you can have this one.
Oh, it's a clip-on?
But Daddy said never take things from a stranger.
Daddy said never follow a stranger. No, that's rule number 1. But he's giving it. She's not taking it. But yeah, no,
It's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Alrighty then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. Hooray, loophole. You just put it back on. I'm assuming that's his spare, but it just looked like he was like, you can have it, and then just put it back on.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Hence the cloth, right? I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little K in that hallway. Ugh. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
That's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why.
Which piece of evidence proves Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of K? I mean, is it just the Swiss roll?
Take that!
This is that piece of evidence. What are you showing me that for? Doesn't seem to have anything in the conversation.
I don't get what you're trying to say with that.
Are you gonna give that to me, mister?
I don't feel that the court needs to enter that into the court record at this time. What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden?
It's possible perhaps I made a mistake and that's why. Back to the topic at hand. My brain didn't explode? Oh shit, my brain didn't explode. Let's go. Is it the balloon? I mean, that just proves that she was there, but why would that matter? So what proves that she was there and what would Gumshoe want to have covered up?
The gun.
No signs of struggle. Pen.
The knife.
I don't know his hand. The bonus. Just ready for the trial's about to begin. I don't know. Cover for a killing spree. Naturally, she was responsible for all the murders. I mean, there must be something about, like, she went into that room or something like that. But I don't know what would point to her having been around. It might be Maya. I have a hunch and it sucks. Yeah. I mean, I don't take any damage from presenting. I want to have an informed guess, and I just throw things randomly until I get it. Fancy fountain pen. His bonus. Saturday Zeta Swiss roll. I don't know. I don't know. Nothing stands out as like what would tie her to the scene of the crime. Mr. Session, yeah, go for it. The promise notebook. But then why?
Take that!
Faraday and Case promise notebook, how does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Case should never take things from a stranger. But is he saying that Gumshoe gave her the Swiss roll? Because, I mean, they bought it together, really. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool of a foolish reason for a fool. But he's a friend.
Eow.
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? All right, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting real hungry and that snack vending machine was taunting me.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in the machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know?
That's what I'm saying. It was both of theirs. He told me to be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed.
Joint ownership over the Swiss roll. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
Yep, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway.
Okay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. You took a bite of Swiss roll. Gum gum. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Well, you really got me there, pal. Ha ha.
That was my whole bonus. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. I'm glad that there's an explanation for why she just randomly... I kind of wish there wasn't. I wish she's like, no, I just wanted to kick you. Go by him and kick him in the back of the leg. I'm perfectly unharmed. He's not. He already was complaining about the bruise. Gummy Shoe, about this Swiss roll, would it be all right with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection.
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, miss you. There she goes.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. And what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Oh, there she goes. But Miss Callisto, that girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Arng. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was gonna speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. Okay, bye. We're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we've yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1.
To be continued.
Wait, where's the... How is there a window? Wait, how... Wait. I thought that they shared a wall. Where's the door? Where am I? What is this? Are we facing north? And then lobby 2 is facing west? That must be the case? All investigation cases are long. Well, I mean, every case in this is an investigation. This is a different room. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Like the window in the other room. Uncle Bad, is this it? Is that Detective Bad and K over there? It's not my front-facing room. I'm just like, what? How are there windows here? Which way are we facing? Because I would have thought that we're facing to the left, which would be lobby number 2, where the crime happened. But then why are there windows? So it's got to be, you know, it is L-shaped, right? But then which way was the? It's fine. It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks, I'll treasure it always. So she found a perfume that smells like flowers, and then the window from the other lobby that was open also smelled like flowers. But you can't get out through that window, so those two seem to get along rather well. Here, I got something else for you. Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Oh my god, look at her go. Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... still eating, though. Crying and still eating. He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy. Nom 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 nom.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying. She's not. We've all been there. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene, and now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So, please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this, but in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Where'd she go? This decorative plant leaves are shinier than the ones in the plant in lobby number 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about the plants, do they? It's because they're courthouse caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. One of these windows in the lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? Oh. That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it. Why do you say that? Well, a desperate low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard salary whatsoever. You have to pay guards? One incredibly strong-scented herbal tea. I fear that more than being relaxing, the scent may make one a bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic ever. No. It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. This television is the same model as the one in Defend Lobby number 2. Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. Yes, the two rooms are basically the same, huh? Basically, can see down to the courthouse courtyard from here. What's that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern in design. More like thoughtlessness in design. I can't disagree there. Look, there's art in the courtyard. Detective Bad, what exactly was Case searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
T looks nice for what, the 90s? Never is. Hey, seriously, I've been making parental sibling stories and connections, and I am the biggest sucker for them all, right? I suppose that's something to do with K. I mean, the plots hit harder if there's a personal connection. If every case was a dude killed a dude, and it was a mystery. Like, those are fun. But when it's like, but she didn't know it was her dad, you're like, oh no! It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. This is 2012? That's a big TV for 2012. Me, that is a big. We still have questions that we need answers to. First of all, what is the overpowering smell that's permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. I was born for much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold onto this bottle without fail. Arg. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Silver one spell in lobby number 1. Good. Great. Now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Still a few other things I wish to inquire about. For example, so you were in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story's consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yep, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Oof. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident. As recalled, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kodopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday. And the KG8 incident. Tell me. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Okay, great. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who are directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. It was a lollipop, I knew it. The honest truth behind the KG8 incident. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Yamano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front. Bad's theme is called The Truth Isn't Sweet. Stop. A facade? Facade. But the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Yamano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Big boss? Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do? Suspecting Mr. Amano being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed.
But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? No, a bunch of rats. They ate through it like cheese. You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from KG8. Swiss cheese. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We'd hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
He got bullet holes in his tie, too. He did.
About when you first met Miss Yu, how is he alive? It was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yep, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It's a real big ring. It was in pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. But I wasn't there. No, I'm talking about you. I know, I wasn't there. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney, wearing blue, like a defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them. Yeah.
First base.
You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. The only way I had to get close to Mr. L was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of Avant Karma? Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. Enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor, known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary? You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
Yeah, what you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG8 incident and this second KG8, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it'll help you solve this case, then I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
Yeah,
Still accidentally whipped me anyway.
there are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article.
The card that only we know about that was printed on the front page of the paper? That card?
Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
And that's how Detective Bad knew that Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly.
Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
Damn. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. Back-facing judge.
Man. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. Oh, I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisco, there's no need for to further depress His Honor. I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence?
Your Honor? Oh, You, yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry, and I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She's busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men, this could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case, and maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I have placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
Hey, thanks. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Ooh, a gun. It would appear that the judge is still a bit dispirited. Stop that. You're being so depressing. Whoa! You should listen to her, Your Honor, before things go from bad to worse. Although it can't really get much worse for him other than to be whipped by her. Thanks for the hydrate. Evidence that you prepared is just sitting here on the table. You know you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Rell in that case if he was still alive. So this is the evidence related to today's Codopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too. And why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about? Where? Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's all so real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that. What a strange stroke of luck. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. You might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest till I've respected every suspicion. Oh, a gun! This gun, it was originally used to kill the Codopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Why was it still loaded? Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's his neutral special. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? It's never crossed your mind that you used your riding crop for the wrong purpose? Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears he was in the habit of using it. Looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Rell convicted down in here. I've collected the evidence I need to prove Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears he honestly believed that Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. A period proof that he was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how we may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Apparently also is a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim he may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. I need a way to prove Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. There's a picture stuck between these pages here. That looks like the blade handle. Is that the key? Is the knife a key? It appears to be a key. Rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Isn't that the same design? Yeah. No, it's a little different. It is different. That has like butterflies, kind of. And this has like a vine pattern. But definitely very similar. The craftsmanship is superb. That gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Could this be the Yatagarasu key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key. Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Codopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence.
He always publicizing the cartoons in the mass media, but last time he sent it through the police. Yeah. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. It's unusual. It's from Kurain. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious it was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell? That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. In order to solve this mystery, I believe I'll need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. I thought that the knife was related to the key. This knife, this weapon brought the knife? The Swiss roll? It was the Swiss roll? The key. The key was related to the knife. As I initially deduced.
Take that!
Right? This Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. Humph. You just need to look a bit closer, Franziska, to see what I mean. It's my badge. He used my badge against me. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you've finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible. No, you can probably just flip around. There's a blade in the handle and the key and vice versa. Even if that's what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. It is a butterfly knife, right? Now then, let us examine this knife a little more in detail. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. There's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want it for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishments. Too bad this isn't mine to give. What about the diddle dip it. Oh. Aha, oh-ho. It flip around. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick to this thing. The weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Damn. That's some Ace Attorney shenanigans. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspects of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place, the great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rell really was the Yatagarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that the one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Rell was not the Yatagarasu. As Detective Bad said earlier, when we questioned Rell about what was sent along with the white card, Rell had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Ho, 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 ho. Hee, 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 hoo, hoo, hoo. Let's take a quick look through these documents before the trial started. I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. You should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member, Dade Man, was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Yes, correct, yeah. He was so surprised that he perished on the spot. Macrell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. Electric bullets. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. He was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. The Cadopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. One piece. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Is it still in the VCR? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. Well, pirates. Well, I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? In the big fancy TV? There's something wrong here. Something about the missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I'll have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, lobby number 2. Good. I'm glad Wolfman is here. That's Detective Bad, but who is he with? I've never seen that officer before. So did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Heh, so you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? Okay, bye. And there goes with his theme song. What the hell was all that about, and who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. It's Hugh Jackman Wolverine, correct? Hi, Kelly. Oh. I wanted my Swiss roll. What impresses me the most about this, Kelly, is that you must have taken a screenshot of when I showed the full doodle I made of Gumshoe and then cropped out the background in order to put him in the back. Because the emotes cropped in on him, and I showed the full drawing on stream, but I didn't post the PNG anywhere, so good job. That's dedication to the shit post. Appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Bun Bun. How you doing? 20 months! Woke up at 3 a.m. for an awful nightmare. Couldn't fall back asleep. Now it's 3:40. Still terrified. Gotta get up for work in 2.5 hours. Oof. I've been there before. Hope you're doing alright. Appreciate the prime. And hope you're able to get a little bit of rest. We'll have a good shit post. Oh, it's beautiful, sir. Ooh. Clapping Gumshoe. Does he even know what we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? It looks like you were paying attention after all. Miles Francisco, K, Lang, and Gumshoe are all in at least 3 of the cases, but coincidentally, because I came right there finally. Yeah. They get around. Of course I was. Got a few hours. Okay. Still, sucks to get woken up. I have eyes in the back of my head.
So that mirror isn't just for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. Tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Zhangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree, however, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in Lobby 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that has nothing to do with me.
Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity
To draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Can I check the VCR? It's one tiny TV. Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this and said it is huge compared to his own. Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose. Speaking of grandiose, let's say the ego of yours could use a little deflating. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, I will draw my answer from you one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Please, we're asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should.
Is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Band. Did you know the knife was the key? He used the knife? Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible.
It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. L was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago you appear to be searching for something. I presume this key is what you were searching for?
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that this key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
All right. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened, nothing will change.
Detective Bad, I ask you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm gonna do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case.
His movements.
A lollipop. Looks like a cigarette toothpick turns out to be a lollipop.
Yep.
I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. I wasn't there.
Not you, you.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I had immediately dashed down to the hallway together.
But I wasn't there.
I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran to lobby number 2.
Sounds like the exact same story you told us before. Indeed, however, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information we can.
Kaboom! I was in lobby number 1 talking with you.
Hold it.
I wasn't there. Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me. Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about, and we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all. His answer remains the same as before. We were talking about trivial things. Like trivia? I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff, nothing important. That's for me to decide. All right, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it.
Yeah. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask you, please amend your testimony with that statement just now. How can Miss we haven't talked outside this one? Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Hold it.
Not even a pop of a balloon? Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else? Yep. Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation you missed something? I've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it. I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely. The gunshot. When we heard it, we ran out and into the hallway together. And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away? Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot, and we knew it came from somewhere nearby. How'd you know it was a gunshot? In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know. It's supposedly natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like. But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and we ran into lobby number 2.
Hold it.
Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway? Yep. Why did you attest to that earlier? When I saw Gumshoe was after I'd heard the gunshot. Having seen him there didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed. It sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before. However, is there something in particular we should be asking him about? It just might be. No one knew the knife was actually the key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there's other things we know that Detective Bad doesn't know. And hear any other strange sounds. What about a balloon? Perchance an important little balloon? This is the key to this case. Does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. So you knew about that girl's balloon? Yep, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. As you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop up at some point? What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. So the sound of that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot. On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there's no way I could have heard that sound. But then... That's what he was gonna say. Then that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, of course you wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. Nagoo! That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse,
A person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot Soundproofing's not gonna muffle a gunshot? And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. I don't know about that one. Detective Bad. If that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. The time is great, I guess I'll be telling them, but I don't know, he feels he should be more natural self-defense. Yeah. Those guns are exactly the same sound level. How so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this: there must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. I don't buy it, but okay. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? The state of the crime scene. Wait, can it be?
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it.
And then opened the window.
Ooh, wah.
And way too noisy. TV was loud? The surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, he's putting all of his plots together. Ah, shit. Okay, okay. Yeah, well, the window and dissipating the smell. Right? Put them all the brain thoughts together. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Set to an incredibly high volume. Where the surveillance tape from Faraday's bag disappear off to? The loud television? No? Ow, my brain. Well, the windows were open and the TV was loud. So he could have been watching. He was watching the... okay. That took me too long to think about. My immediate thought was like, oh, the tape is still in the VCR in the room. I didn't think through... I guess because in my brain, you should be able to hear the difference between a muffled gunshot in a room and a muffled gunshot through a room being played by speakers, but okay. What else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. But then how'd the TV turn itself off? So someone came in here, murdered the both of them, silently, or I guess the window was closed so no sound got out, and then opened the window, played the tape, which then turned itself off after playing the gunshot sound, and then they vanished somehow. That's what we're currently doing? If only I could remotely control a TV. But they never mentioned anything about a remote. Okay. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible the tape is still here in this room. Urethra, the evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I've figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. The TV. Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Let me go. I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. The window's wide open, the scent of flowers being blown in from the outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat. Both windows in lobby 1 and 2 were opened. Maybe they're trying to air out the room like in lobby 1. Maybe they just thought to ease some of the tension through some fresh air. With Mr. Faraday and Rell in the same room, I imagine the latter to be the case. Was it really need to open the window just for that? Just for that. When Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket. When Scruffy turned the television on,
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Gumshoe actually touched the TV at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops, at least it did to me. Wonder why that is. Don't tell me the tape was playing the whole time and it just has like an hour of black screen and then turns... Sheesh. It's a video player and there seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape? It's called cinema. I suppose. Hey, but Detective Bad would be alright if you have verified the contents of this video. Knock yourself out. Let's rewind this and see what we have. It's still using VHS in 2012. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about 30 minutes from the start of the tape. Understood? Should be about right. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along. The gunshot is especially memorable. This sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bat has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detectives Bat and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced. To show what the gunshot Detectives Bat and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Can I now deduce the window with the tape? Eureka! If the door windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby 1, 2, and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose, hey? Correct! That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. When the crime took place, the killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. We have an autopsy report that says 4 o'clock, but I don't know what time anything else was. So maybe that is accurate, I don't know. It also says approximately. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. My brain is restored to full power. Hey, what's up? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. Now come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Oof. Does anyone know how long this case is left? How much more is left to go? Because I'm getting tired and hungry. Case 4, am I right? About the same as last time. We got like half an hour left. Still a bit. Not too long, 30 minutes. And then 2 or 3 because it's like, yeah, like if it's just a final wrap up, we could do it. All right, let's do it. I swear to God, if there's another to be continued chat, I'm throwing stream out the window. 6:15 p.m. number 3. We got 17 hours left. Yeah. Hello. Why is Kate Blair Witching in the corner? Legit thought Detective Bad was a ghost. Kay. Urethra. Yeah. What are you doing here, Kay? Hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for is already... Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay, you got it. She's looking for something else, isn't she? Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. It's like trial, except we're not in trial. Court's not in session. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. No, but you're you. Yes, I've been waiting for you. You're waiting for yourself? No. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest, that's what you sound like.
Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. Why, even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
And that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ.
In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal.
And we are standing in a court of law?
It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
Now, absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing.
But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is.
Yeah, I don't know who the killer is. Misuse argument. Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated. Why is she laughing? I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route for lobby number 2. Unless she did the murder and she is hiding her own crime. Which would be fun. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. She's just silly. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. Emphasis on the but, of course. There's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve.
She got the gigglies.
Terminally unserious, Your Honor. Yeah, the suspect, but I thought this Detective Gumshoe's alibi had already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you this is no joke. I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. That is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well. Which means I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she is willing. Furthermore, their areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back.
Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2 has no way out other than the hallway Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. Isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looked silly. Police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked in every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
Suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case?
Now I'm over here.
I also confirmed there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold
it! Are you absolutely positive there's no possible routes of escape? Of course, I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it!
This is one Coke you can't shakey, I'm afraid. You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. Thank you, chat. Yeah, shaky. Ugh. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. Before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject. But there are witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gave you an alibi. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. It's basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Gumshoe's the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Oh, bam. That tape. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in trial today. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean the sound we heard was a gunshot in the video? But I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. Oh. Rapid makeup. Yep, she got it. That's the only thing I can think of too. He's on our side now. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. And he established that it's 30 minutes into the video. So if they presumably knew that, they would have 30 minutes to leave the scene of the crime. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Gumshoe.
Objection.
Everything's a clock, it's Ace Attorney. Sounds from a television. Don't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit that we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it, end of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? The window! There is actually one common point between lobby 1 and 2. And it is that despite that fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened. It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the same time. It was no mere coincidence, I can assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened, and the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... you! Miss Callisto, you! We actually get to point at a person and say the killer is you, and it means two things. How do you know? Because Detective Bad mentioned that you spilt the perfume, and it was and made it stinky. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Oh, makeup. Are you serious, Miles? You know, we got good vibes from her, but then she talked shit on Gumshoe, and I was like, she's on the shit list. I should have suspected her from that point on. The fact that it took me until now to put it together really shows you gotta put it together.
Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Ha 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 ha. Of course I do, Edgeworth. Hee hee hoo hoo hoo. My arguments must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You can't rebut a rebuttal. It's whenever this song hits. Is always just the most... Yeah! So good. All right. You argue the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours. How many butts for a rebuttal rebut if a rebuttal could rebut butts? It would rebut the butts that the rebuttal would butt if a rebuttal could rebut butts. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second or the truth will blow away. Now's the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Any proof that I'm the murderer? Well, the final confrontation music's playing. You played a unique animation where you were stressed. Misuse rebuttal. This game will only have anything. No, they're just bad girls. You can still enjoy them. They just did a little bit of a murder. Doesn't make them not, you know, hot. You argue the window was opened. However, do you have proof it was I who did that?
Hold it.
Bust it down. Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed. We know straight away. Be my guest. Sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. Why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Not try presenting that piece of evidence. I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? Scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yeah, I'll be fine. Well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, all right? Wait, so what was that? Proof the window was open. Oh, just proof of the perfume. You have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime. If I had a nickel for every hot woman in East Turn, you turn out to be the murderer, I'd have like 8 nickels or something. It happens a lot. Like maybe more than 8, you know? It's been a few. I thought I just proved that it was. Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime. Unfortunately for you, Miss Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important. How so? By the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated, and that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means we need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards. So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was at this point. Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder. Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way. No, I see that you're not laughing for a change, because I'm shocked. Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with the testimony. All right, let me say just one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people. It's rude. Especially now with logic as full of holes as yours. Reinvestigate? Oh god. Full of holes, I suppose it might be. Admitting to your faults now, are we? At this point in time is what I meant to say. Should I take that to mean you're just a sore loser? Aha, how ho. No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth. What a paradox. Take care not to fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Miles, you remember, don't you? About why a window in lobby number 1 was opened? Of course I do. And that's how I'll attack or present the reason why the window had to be opened. Where's the judge right now? There you go. Like, we're doing this in a courtroom, and it's basically like a trial, except it's not actually a trial. So we're just kind of hanging out. Perfume.
Objection!
Probably bathroom. Ooh, recess. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know? This isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from a detective Bad, you see? Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. You are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. And that's you're super easy to rile up. So what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That is according to Detective Bad. Hello, I'm over here. Okay, oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection.
Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. Ha 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 ha. You accused me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap this absurd case up once and for all. Gladly, okay. It couldn't be me. And she throws down a smoke bomb and runs out of the room. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume's a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. Oh shit, she went there. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. She doesn't know. Miles, your testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Final version 2, final testimony. Final destination. No evidence. Accusing someone of murder is a bit over the top of just perfume. I think I already explained the significance of that earlier. You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume, but that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character. Do as you like. But as for me, I believe. You believe. I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. My, you're enthusiastic? Of course, I should have guessed. You're a disciple of Von Karma, after all. I formally request you desist in your attack against my mentor. Yeah, we'll sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire. How dare you say such a thing? Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you. Yeah. Why'd you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall we continue? In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. And why exactly could you not have killed him? I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth. Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand. Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Objection!
Miss Yu, you will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Ahem, sorry. Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony. Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. That's cool, he's not into women. No. After all, I didn't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
Hold it.
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
I thought he was going to try to prove that she knew that the key was a knife. Proving that the knife and the key are the same isn't as compelling as if she's like, but like it was in key form. I don't know. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. A key blade? In any case, I wonder if you might have append what you just said to your testimony. Sure, why not? Even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill someone with a simple key.
Hold it.
What if it was simple and clean? Miss Yu, I would like to confirm something with you just one more time. About what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this? I don't need to ask you about that, because he isn't the killer. Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead have increased yet again. That issue aside, Miss Yu, I'd like to ask you about what was inside the bag. You're sure it was the Yatagarasu's key, correct? Yeah, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from. I think I've spotted the road to a perfect victory. Finally, it would appear that you have revealed your true identity, Miss Yu. Miles, your final statement. Yes, I know. All I have to do now is to present the evidence. What is this ominous feeling that I can't shake? If she's like, I didn't know, then... Doesn't that blow it up? Let's see.
Objection!
It's a lockpick. Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yeah. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the key... I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. Don't give her a knife. You would even now still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. We can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, now can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look, this piece of evidence is more than real. Don't give her a knife. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. What? No, but he didn't know either. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What you are saying is simply not possible. And why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
Objection.
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Unfortunately, that's also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know anything about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know? Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She's probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Yeah, ha. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife?
The Yatagarasu!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. Sorry, I meant to say Gumshoe. It was Gumshoe! And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss you. You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? Hee 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 hee. Hee hee ah ha 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 ha. Oh, 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 hee hoo hoo. Oh, she's having a guffaw about it. Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I was sneaking into someplace. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto you. Callisto you, huh? That's not my real name, because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For, you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. The rooms are supposed to be soundproof and the door has a crack that you can listen through? What do you mean? That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held onto Rel any longer. Plus, if I'd let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it was open a crack. Which no one noticed. And it's fine. But didn't you say you despised criminals? But do I really?
You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Haha, well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. It's nice of her to spell everything out for us. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered Lobby 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the key just like that. He never noticed I'd changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. So it was in the evidence bag, that's why the blood... Okay. That's kind of neat to get an explanation for that. That makes a lot of sense. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life.
How could you kill him?
I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all of his hard work with a bullet. That's cold.
You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client?
Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Codopian Embassy staff member, Dade Mang.
You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had the man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
What? How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagrasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagrasu's just another killer.
Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu.
You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Ha ha ha. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh. Well. It's fun to see someone pointing in court, but they're actually just holding a gun. Objection! Boom. Okay. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. She's in a courthouse surrounded by police and law enforcement. Alright. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Yeah, I knew that was a bad idea. I didn't know she had a gun. I thought just the knife alone was bad. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence?
You two get down.
Eek! Ah! My body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right.
Huh?
Whoa. You!
Get her. Are you alright, Franziska?
I'm perfectly fine, Miles. She's booking it. Her voice is shaking, but looks like she's unharmed.
Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot.
Don't tell me she murdered Bad right in front of Kay. Nope, he's fine. Okay. I was like, that girl does not need more trauma. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. How? What do you... What? God, fuck this. God damn it. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
Very sweaty. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. Oh, it's just a balloon.
More importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you too hurt?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and, hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all.
I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. You lied under oath, but it was about having a snack with a child, so I guess you got what it takes. Now don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay?
You got it, Pops.
Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? No, lollipops. It's unforgivable. Anyway, I forgive it. He wasn't under oath. I mean, like his... yeah, I get whatever. Well, if no one's under oath, then that calls all this investigation stuff into question. Just like, tell us the truth. Anyone can lie for any reason and nothing bad happens. Like, if they're not under oath, then the whole game's premise falls apart. They have to tell... well, whatever. Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I mean, true. That happens all the time in court. I should get back to the investigation.
I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday.
Dude, if he's still around and kicking and we see him, like, how is that dude gonna look after a 7-year time skip?
Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
Bro, I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
It was no problem, really. Ha ha ha. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have his Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. And one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
My badge. What was it Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship. It's my badge. I'm assuming it's the Swiss roll. I mean, what else could it possibly be? Here's the trash you didn't pick up. Here's the photo of your mess you left behind.
Ooh, a gun!
I always wanted one of these. You have one.
Oh, but now I have two.
Yeah,
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Nom 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 nom.
Sure, go ahead.
Nom nom nom.
The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Whoop, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat two of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise. I gotta thank Kay myself. Where is she?
I noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore. I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mm-hmm. Very good, Drog. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Agreed.
Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. It's been a long week. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing as court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. The end? Oh, as for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now right there. So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while.
Kay, you sure grew up a lot.
Of course. But thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Hee Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
She's talking the persona of her father's killer? Yeah, there's gotta be more that we don't know. Does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
You know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently. Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Eh? First of all, why did you come all the way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books.
I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible. What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. All right then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo is used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh?
My father worked really hard to steal the truth, but he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you. Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Card to embassy. It's Sissel. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy by a calling card, meaning that this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto U lady's behind this, because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards? Yep, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay.
Okay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks, I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're no fun. You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman. You mean Callisto U. I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself, but I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to soil your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? That's the power of a Swiss roll. Share a Swiss roll with someone, you're never parted, ever. Time and space mean nothing to people that have shared a Swiss roll in a courthouse. The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto U, and K Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Yay! Yippee! Only one case to go, which chat told me is a doozy. So we'll get to that next time. Yahoo! Oh boy. Well, next time, turnabout ablaze. Oh, they got a key through their head. Damn. That's messed up. Set aside all of June. Okay. Yippee! Alright. Let me wrap it up. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. 42315. I guess? Yeah. Because this is still before case 1. So we had that happen, and then whatever happens in the last one. 3.5 streams. We'll get to it. We'll knock it out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for etc. I gotta get caught up in alerts and wrap up. It's late. More like 4, 3, 2, 1, 5. There you go. Long gap there. Marky, thanks again for the 87 months. Ozu, thank you for all the bits. There are different game overs. The first case, you can get a game over. Gumshoe's arrested. Maggie's arrested. Portsman gets away. That's wild. There's a lot of them. Does it feel like anticlimactic? The case hanging with a member of a smuggling ring. He's about to take away down by Lang at the end.
at the bottom of the case, instead we get to butt heads with his dummy of a son the whole time. Yeah. He does not deserve this music. Captain Zirkle, thanks for 9 months. Ovalof, thanks for 58. Elaine, thanks for 40 bits. What's Lego piece 32557? Is this the one that looks like an Amogus? It shows up as autocorrect. Autocomplete. It's a pin connector? Is it just because it looks like a penis? Okay. Thank you. Great. Thanks for that. Lane, thanks for that. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Close to you got a new objection voice. Apparently it was mistranslated. Thank you for that. Agent Snake, thanks for 14 months. Oh, Chris, thanks for 76. Anonymous gifted that sub to Gwit sign. Epic Penguin, thanks for 5 months. It's almost 3. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Bun, thanks for 20 months. Hope you're doing all right. Tom Foolery, thanks for 50 bits. First Cammy, now Callisto. This game won't let me have anything. Have a Sam L Captain, thanks for 11 months. 7 butts per rebutted butt. It's a lot of butts back and forth. And Nuzzle. There's a funny name in Case 5. You check the original Japanese name off the hold off. It's just the most obvious I'm a villain name ever. Up there with Dade Man as a victim's name. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll pick it up next time. Hope to see you then. Have a good one. We should go have a little raid to someone. Let's raid Dan. Why not? Loves me watching this Dan stream. He's playing more Ender Magnolia. Enderman. Yeah. Mystical and Consequential, will I give him a better name? I mean, I was hoping to get more about him, but, you know. That was a fun case, though. It's funny that I spent the first 2 streams being like, it's neat that you're not in the courtroom, but they still managed to, like, make that happen. And then this case is in a goddamn courthouse. With just, you know, the judge wonker and stuff. It was fun. It was neat. Excited to see the nightmares that await. Seeing the through. But I'm enjoying investigations. It's a fun time. I'm seeing a bit of why people consider it to be a bit weaker overall. Like it's not blowing my mind too often. It definitely has its moments, but if Investigations 2 is just this but better, that does make me excited to check out 2 eventually. Thank you. Thank you for hanging and chatting. I don't know what anybody have a raid message that's relevant? I guess we could. Mason, yo, what's up, dude? How you been? We could throw urethra or eureka at Dan. I'm okay saying that to Dan. Not every raid would I be like, I'm fine with that. Case 4, am I right? Urethra, I've got it. I've discovered the truth. Go say it a day ago. Have a good one. I'll be back on Thursday. It's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Right. Have a good one. Thanks for watching, my watchers. Hope you're enjoying Ace Attorney Investigations. Next time, we'll start the final case. See you then. Have a good one. Bye.